Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to learn Python from a basic to the advanced level. As we all know, Python is one of the most important skill which you should know if you are preparing for the data engineer role, or you are preparing for the data science role, or you are preparing for the data analyst role, or you are preparing for the backend role. In all the cases, Python is the most widely used language. So definitely you should know the Python. So what we have done, we have covered Python from a basic to the advanced level, and each and every topic we have tried to cover with the example. So what you have to do, you have to complete all the topic with the example, and at last we have also covered the interview questions. At last we have also covered the interview question, and if you'll go for any kind of the interview for this all the role, right? Definitely they are going to ask the coding question, Python coding question. So it can be a basic question also for or advanced question also. For all the cases, you should know this all the topic which is present in a Python. So we have covered each and every topic from a basic to the advanced level. So try to do a practice. Only one prerequisite is like you have to install the Anaconda. What you have to do? You have to install the Anaconda for the practice, or you can install the VS Code and you have to do a practice, because whatever the example we have done, right, you have to do a practice. So let's see how to install a Anaconda, and then we will start our lecture. Now to practice Python, we are going to install Anaconda in our system, and in a Jupyter notebook only we are going to practice. So how actually we can install that? So in a Google you have to search for the Anaconda download. Click on that. Now you can see installing on Windows or whatever the anaconda.com, right? You have to click that. Once you click that, this particular screen will come. What you have to do, you have to click on the skip registration, and you can see here we have option Windows, Mac and the Linux. If you want to download for particular, so you can select that. I'm going to select the Windows and click on this. You can see download is started, and you can see download is in progress. Once the download will complete, we will start our the installation parts. So let's wait. So this one, right, this one it got downloaded, so we have to double click here. We have to click on the next. We have to click on the I agree, and just me, because I want to use in my system. Select your destination folder, click on the next, and here it is selected the second one. Yeah, we'll go with that. Click on the install, and the installation will start and it will complete soon. You can see it is completed now. Click on the next. Click on the next. You can see completed. Getting started with the Anaconda distribution and launch the Anaconda navigator. Click on the finish. Now let's see how actually we can open Anaconda. So you can see Anaconda prompt, right? We will check whether Python got installed or not. So you can see it is opening that. Now if I write Python dash version, it should give me whether Python got installed or not. You can see 3.12.7 it actually got installed. Now let's see whether Jupyter notebook is available or not. So I have written the Jupyter notebook, and what actually it is saying, like it is trying to import that, and it is opening the Jupyter notebook. Now here we can do all our practice in the Jupyter notebook. So here only we can create a folder, and there we can create a notebook. So how actually we can do? Click on the new, and suppose we have to create a new file. So click on the Python. So it will create a Python file, and here we can write our code. Suppose we have to write 2 plus 3, and if you'll execute this, so 2 plus 3 5, right? So like this actually code we can write. Print hello world. If I'll do that, if I'll execute this, you can see the hello world is coming. So like that we will try to do a practice from a next video. So I hope you got the idea how actually we can install that. So please do install so that we can do a practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about Python. So what is Python? So if you will go for any interview, the first thing they may ask, like which programming language you know. So as we are learning Python, we will say Python. Now next thing they may ask, like what is Python and why you have learned Python. So let's understand what is Python. So Python is a high level interpreted and general purpose programming language. So let's understand one by one what is high level means. So high level means it is very easy to understand. It is similar to the English language only. So suppose you have to declare any variable in a Python. So what you will write? If you write a equal to the 10, b equal to the 20. So you can see this is similar to the English language only, right? We can easy to understand. So that's why we say it as high level language. Now second thing is like it is a interpreted. So whenever you will write a code in a Python, suppose you have written this line of code. Now whenever the execution happen, it happens line by line. It happens line by line. So it helps us to debug. So that's why we call it as a interpreted. So interpreted means the line of execution happens one by one. It means line by line execution happens. Now the third one is the general purpose programming language. What is general purpose means? So Python generally we use for the web development. We also use for the data analysis. We use for the artificial intelligence. We use for the machine learning. We use for the game development, web development, like that multiple purpose we use. So that's why we say it is a general purpose programming language. So whenever anyone will ask you what is a Python, you can say Python is high level interpreted general purpose programming language, and also you can say it also support the object oriented. It was created by Guido van Rossum in 1991. So this is the one you have to remember. So what is Python? Python is high level interpreted general purpose programming language. Who created Python? It was created by the Guido van Rossum in 1991. Now let's understand about what are the key feature of Python. The first one is like easy to learn and use. So Python syntax are very easy. So suppose you had to print anything, what you will write? Print, and if you will write hello, the hello will be printed. Means the syntax are very easy. Means anyone can learn Python. So easy to learn and use. That's why Python is very famous. The second one is interpreted language. So Python code is executed line by line, which makes debugging easier. So as we understand, it is a interpreted language. Means the whatever the code of execution happens, right? That happens line by line, which help us debugging. Like debugging will be easy. Suppose this line is getting failed. So with because the execution happening one by one, right? So we can easy to debug. So that is the advantage we get. The third one is like dynamically type. You don't need to declare the type of variable. So in other programming language, suppose you have to declare a variable. So we also declare variable like int and all, like suppose we had to declare string. So this all the thing you had to declare in other language, but in Python you don't need to declare the type of the variable. So that is the advantage we get in a Python. It is a open source. Python is free to use and its source code is publicly available. So that is the main advantage. Extensive library. So if anyone is asking why Python, because in a Python we get so much library available. Python comes with a vast standard library and third party libraries like NumPy, Pandas, TensorFlow, Django, Flask and more, which support diverse tasks. So as Python we use for the data analysis, web development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and multiple purpose we use, right? Because in a Python we have so many libraries which is available, and we can easily connect with the other software. Like if you have to connect with database and all, it is very easy. So because of this all the flexibility, Python is a very famous. Now next one is the cross-platform. Python works seamlessly across different operating systems like Windows, Mac OS and Linux. Versatile and multi-purpose. Python is used for the various fields like web development, data science, machine learning, automation and all. That's why Python is so very famous. So what you have to remember, what is Python? Python is high-level interpreted general-purpose programming language. And why we have learned Python? Because it is easy to use, because of the its interpreted language nature, because of extensive library it supports, and because of its dynamically typed nature, and because of its general purpose nature. Like we can use it for the web development, data science, artificial, like multiple purpose we can use the Python. So that's why Python is nowadays very famous. Now what we will do, we will try to write our first code in a Python. So what you will do, we will open our Jupyter notebook. So what you have to write, Jupyter notebook. You have to search a Jupyter notebook. This will come. Click on the open. I hope you have already installed the Anaconda. After that, you open a Jupyter notebook. So you can see it is opening here. Now what we will do, we'll go to new. We'll first create a folder. So because Python, I will write Python practical. We will do all the Python practical. So this is the folder I have created. In this folder, what I will do, I will create a Python notebook. So this is a Python notebook, and this name you can give. So untitled you can see, right? So you can give any name. So we will give hello world or something. Any name you can give here. So that's how you can write your notebook name. And here you can see, right? Here only we can write any code. If you had to add a more cell, you can add more cell like this. Now what we will write? We will write our first hello world program. So how actually you can write a hello world program? So in a Python we have one of the function. Function is a print. Print is a one of the function. Now what you will write? If you write print and hello world. Now if you have to execute, you can write shift and enter. If you will do, you can see hello world got printed. So it is very easy to use. Syntax are very easy. What we have written, print is one of the function. Under this print we are writing hello world, and hello world got printed. Similarly, if you have to write your name, and your name if you want to print, so what you will write? If I write Manish, and if I'll execute, Manish got printed. You can run from here also like this, or the best way is like shift and enter. If you will press, that will be executed. So like that, what we will do, we'll try to learn each and every syntax one by one. So yeah, so in this video we have learned what is Python, and also we have written our first code, that is a hello world. So yeah, in next video we'll continue this. Hello everyone, now we will understand about the data types and variable. Let's start with the variable. What is a variable? Variable is nothing but it is like a container which can hold some value. Suppose I am creating one variable. Variable name is name, and I will assign a value Manish. So name is one variable. So it is like a container which holds the values. Now if I'll print a name, if I'll print a name, so what does this name contains? Name contains the value of Manish. So name is like a container which holds the value. That is the definition of a variable. Suppose I am creating another variable a equal to the 10. I am also creating another variable b equal to the 40, c equal to the 60. Now if I'll try to print b. So what is b? B contain what value? 40, right? So it's like a container which holds the value. So if I'll print a also, what a contain? A contain the value of a 10. So variable is nothing but it is like a container which holds the values. Now let's understand about the data types. So Python generally supports the multiple data types like string, integer, float, complex and all. Let's understand one by one. So in a Python, how actually we declare a variable a equal to the 10, like that, right? So variable is something which holds the value. Now if you will see, if you want to know what is the data type of this a, so how actually you can know? If you write type and a, you will get to know what is the data type of this a. So if you will execute, you can see integer. So if you had to know about the what is the data type of any specific variable, you can use a type function and you will get to know about the data type. Now one question which is generally asked in interview, what is the static typing and the dynamic typing? What is the difference? So if you will see in a Python, how actually we declare a variable a equal to the 10, but in other programming language C, C++ and all, what actually we write int a and 10, like that actually we declare a variable, and while declaring a variable we define like this a should contain the integer only. So that's how actually we define, right? So this is a static typing. So other programming language supports the static typing, but in a Python, suppose you are declaring a variable like b equal to the 10. Here we don't declare like this b will contain only the integer type. So this is the dynamic typing. The Python interpreter already will know based on the values this will be a integer. So that is the dynamic typing. So other programming language they suppose the static typing, but Python suppose the dynamic typing. So this is the question which is generally asked in interview. So you should know. Now let's see what are the different data types we have. The first one is the string. So if you are declaring a variable like a equal to the hello world, now if you will see type a, it is a string type. It's suppose the integer b equal to the 10, and if you will see the type, it is a integer. It's also suppose the float. Float is nothing but the decimal values. It also suppose the complex like 2 plus 5j and all, right? So these are the complex data type. And also it suppose the other data type like list. In the list, how actually we have a value in a bracket, it contains the value, and if we will check the type, it is a list. Similarly, we have a tuple, we have a set, we have a dictionary. These all the things we will discuss in the depth in the upcoming lecture, but as of now you should know how to check the data type of the particular variable, and how actually you can create a variable. So I hope you got the idea like what is a variable and the data type in this particular video. Now let's discuss about the input function in a Python. So input is an important function. This generally we use to take a user input dynamically. Let's take one example. So till now what actually we were doing, how actually we were defining a variable. So first we were giving the variable name and we were passing the value. But in this case you can see this value is a, we are doing a hard coding, right? Now suppose you have a scenario. Let's take one example. Let's take an example of the Facebook. In a Facebook, whenever you have to logins, we get a two options. Once you have to pass the email and also you have to pass the password. Then only you will be able to log in. So in this case, what generally happen during the runtime, every user enter their email and the password, then only they will be able to log in. In that case, we don't do any hard coding, right? So how actually we can build this? So in that kind of scenario, we use a input function. Let's take a same example. What I will do, I'll create a one variable email, and what I will write, I'll write input. Input is the function. After input you had to open a bracket. What I will write, enter your email address. So what I am writing, I am writing email input, enter your email address. Now what I will do, I'll do the print email. Now let me execute this. If I'll execute, what actually it is saying, enter your email address. So if I'll enter email address abc@gmail.com, you can see what actually it is printing. It is printing the abc@gmail.com. Now let me execute again. In this case, suppose I will give def@gmail.com. If I'll enter, you can see def@gmail.com, it is entering. So whenever we are running the code on that time, how actually we can dynamically take a user input. In that kind of the case, we use a input function. I hope you got the idea. So similarly you can do, suppose I'm taking a user email and also I'm taking a password. So I'll make input same, enter your password. Now if I will execute this, so you can see first it is asking email address. So let me give abc@gmail. Now if I enter, it is asking enter your password. Let me give 12345, and if I'll enter, you can see this got printed. So whenever you have to take a user input dynamically, we can use an input function. Now one thing you have to remember, whenever we use an input function, whatever the output we get, right, that type is a string only. Let's take one example. Suppose I'm creating one variable num, and if I'm writing input and I'm writing enter any number, if I'll write and I will num, print num. So if I'll execute this, first we have to enter any number. So if I'll enter 10 and if I'll execute, 10 will be printed. But if you want to check what is the data type of this, so what we can write, type, print type and the num. Now if I'll execute and if I'll write 20, you can see it is a string type. Even though I have entered 20, but it is considering as a string type. So always remember, whenever we use input function, it always take us a string. In that case, we had to do a typecasting. So that is our second topic, how actually we can do a typecasting. So suppose Let's take an example. Suppose I have a two value. One is the a equal to the 20. Now if I will check what is the type of a, data type of a, it is an integer, right? But suppose if I write a equal to the 20, and what is the type of a? Type of a, you can see it is string. Even though it is a 20, because it is in a quote, right, it is considering as a string. Now suppose this string you had to convert into integer. How actually you can convert? So what actually you can use, you can do a typecast. So you can use int and whatever the value, right? Suppose 20, this value you want to typecast. So what I am doing, I am using a integer, and whatever this value, right, I want to do a typecasting. I want to convert into the integer. Now if I'll execute, you can see it got converted into integer. So this value is string, but we typecasted into integer. Means you can do a change, like you suppose if it is string, and if it is string and you want to convert integer, and it is, if it is a values, then you can do a typecasting method. Now let's take another example. Suppose if we have a 20.2. Now this value you want to convert into the integer. If I write int and b, you can see this, whatever the 20.2 the float value was there, right, we typecasted and the value became the 20. So like that you can convert. Suppose like this you have a string and you want to convert into the integer, you can use a typecasting method. Suppose this is the float value, right, and this you want to convert into integer, that also is possible. Now suppose you have a value like this, a equal to the 10. Now this a you want to make it float, so you can write float a, float a, you can see value became the 10.0. So like that we can do a typecasting, we can convert string to integer, integer to float and all. So always remember, whenever we use a input function, so that automatically take all the value as a string. Whatever the output we get, that we get as a string. Now if you have to convert into the integer, you can use a typecasting method, and with the help of this, like this, you can convert string to the integer. Now let's discuss about the Python operators. So Python operator are special symbol or keyword that perform operation on variable and values. For taking example, so we have a multiple operators in a Python. The first one is the arithmetic operators. Like suppose you had to do a addition, then what you will use? You will use a plus symbol, right? So this is nothing but a one operators. If you had to subtract, then you will use a minus. If you had to multiply, then you will use a star. If you have to do a division, then you will use a this symbol. So these are nothing but these are the operators we have. Similarly, if you have to compare, like whether a is equal to b, a is not equal to b, so for that also we have a multiple operators are there, multiple symbols are there. Similarly, we have a logical operator like and or. So these are the logical operators. Similarly, we have assignment operators. So these are the things we are going to discuss. Let's discuss the first one is the arithmetic operator. So suppose you had to do 5 plus 3. So we are getting a 8, right? So this is the addition. Similarly, if you had to do subtraction, then you can use 5 minus 3. If you had to multiply, then what actually you can use? You can use a symbol 5 into 3 if you will do. And if you will execute, you can see we are getting a 15. Now suppose you had to do a division, then what actually you can write? You can write a division and it will do a division. So addition, subtraction, multiplication and division is simple, right? The next one is the floor division. Now suppose if you are writing like this, then what is the output? You can see 3 1 is 3, right? So 1 is the output. Similarly, if you want to know the modulus, like if you want to find out the modulus or the remainder, how actually you can do 5 modulus 3, and if you will execute, you can see 2 is the remainder. Exponential, how actually you can find out 5 star star 3, you can see 5 cube ja 125, so 125. So like that actually we can perform a arithmetic operation. So this addition, subtraction, multiplication, these are the symbol generally helps, these are the operators generally help to perform a arithmetic operation. Now let's discuss about the second one, that is a comparison operator. Now suppose you want to find out whether 5 is equal to the 3 or not. 5 is equal to 3 or not. If I'll execute, I will get the false, because 5 is not equal to the 3, right? Now if I write 5 is not equal to the 3, 5 is not equal to the 3, you can see it is a true, right? Now if you want to know 5 is greater than 3 or not? 5 is not greater than 3, right? Yeah, 5 is greater than 3, right? So we are getting a true. Now, if you have to find out the less than 5 is less than 3, then you can see we are getting output false. Like that, we have a few relational operators. So these are the very simple, but you should know these are the symbol and these are the operator is available which we can use. This will improve your productivity. Now, after that, we have a logical operator. Suppose I am writing true and if I'll execute, you can see we are getting a false. So like that, we have a multiple logical operator. Like you can use and, you can use a or condition. Similarly, if I'll find out true or false, either true or false, right? It will be a true. So like that, the logical operators are there. Now after that, we have a assignment operator, and this is an important one. Now suppose you are writing x equal to the x plus 3. So instead of writing the whole thing x equal to the x plus 3, you can write like this also, x plus equal to the 3. This both are same. Instead of writing x equal to the x plus 3, you can write x plus equal to the 3. This both meaning will be same. If you had to subtract, so instead of writing x equal to the x minus 3, what actually you can write x minus equal to the 3. Both will be the same. Similarly, if you had to multiply, suppose you are writing like x equal to the x into 3, x into 3. Instead of writing this, what actually you can write x equal to the 3. Both will be the same. So like that, the multiple assignment operators are there, and this actually you can use that. Similarly, for division, slash equal to, if you write, this will be the same. And last is the membership operator. You are checking A in apple, whether A is present in apple or not. So if I'll execute this, you can see A is present in apple, right? So that means it is a true. So like that, like this also you can use A. Suppose you are writing A not in apple. If I'll execute this, you are getting false because A is available in apple. So in and not in, this also a operator. So that also we can use that. So for arithmetic operation and this assignment operators are important. So to use it will improve your productivity. I hope you got the idea. Now let's discuss about the conditional statement. So we are starting with the if else statement. So when actually we use a conditional statement, suppose we have a scenario. Suppose user is entering any number dynamically. Now suppose he enter the 10. Now based on the given number, if I had to find out if the given number is a even or odd. If the given number is even, then print even. If it is odd, then print odd. This is my question. So how actually we can solve this? So in this case, I have to put some condition, right? I will check whether the given number is divided by 2, then I will say it is a even. If it is not divided by 2, then I will say it is a odd. So in that case, what is happening? I am putting some condition, and based on that, actually I am trying to find out something, right? So in that kind of the scenario, we use a if else condition. Now let's understand, we have a multiple scenario. First is the if statement, then we have a if else statement. How actually we can use if and else together, and also we will see nested if statement. Now first let's discuss about the if statement. So our first scenario is like, what I had to do, I had to take a input from a user. So what actually we'll do, we will create one variable marks, and we will take a user input. Means user will input their marks dynamically, and based on that we had to find out if the marks is greater than 33, then we will say he is a pass, he pass on the exam. So how actually we can create that? So let's take a user input. How actually we can take a user input? What I will do, I'll first create one variable. Variable name I will give num. And how to take a user input? We can use a input function, right? Which we have learned. Input. What I will say? Enter your marks. Enter your marks. And what I will do? I'll print num. I'll print num. Now if I'll execute this, it is asking enter your marks. So suppose I am entering my marks 10, it will print the 10. Now let's check the one thing you have to remember, whenever you will use this input, right? Whenever you will use input, always the type will be, data type will be string. Data type will be string. So if I'll check type num, and if I'll execute, suppose I am entering 30. You can see it is considering a string, but the 30 should be an integer, right? Because we are using an input function, that's why it is considering a string. So how actually we can convert into the integer? What I will write, int, under this int we will wrap this. Now if I'll execute again, now suppose I am entering 40, you can see now it's converted into the integer. Now coming to the question. So first we are taking a user input. So we are taking a user input, we are converting into the integer. Now we have to check if the given number is greater than 33, then print your pass. So how actually we can write a condition? So for that we will use a if condition. What I will check, if num greater than 33, then what I have to write, colon. The syntax is first you have to write if and then you have to write condition, then colon. Then once you will enter, it will start with the space, like it should start from here, right? But in the conditional statement, how actually we have to start? We have to start with the space. First, second, third. From here you have to write. Now what you will write? If num is greater than 33, if number is greater than 33, then what I will say? Print you are pass. You are pass. Now our code is ready. So what actually we have written? We are checking if number is greater than 33, then we are saying you are pass. Now let's execute. First it will ask enter your marks. So suppose I am entering my marks 80 or 70. Now you can see it is printing you are pass. So this is a if statement. Now let's discuss about the if else statement. Let's take the same example. Let's take a same example. With if we are also use the if else. So what we will do? Our scenario is like if number is greater than 33, then we will say you are pass. If it is a less than 33, then we will say you failed on the exam. So how actually we can create that? So this will be the same only, right? User input will be same. So if condition will be same. If number is greater than 33, then we will say print you are pass, else. So after that you have to enter, and here we will write else colon enter. This also will start with the space. You have to write print failed on the exam. So what actually I am writing? First we are giving a if condition. If it is greater than 33, then you are pass. Otherwise, else we are saying you are failed on the exam. Let's execute. It is asking enter your marks. So let me enter 60. You are pass. So when I am entering 60, it is coming here. It is checking it is greater than 33, means it is printing you are pass. Now let me execute again. Now let me enter 10. You can see it is printing failed on the exam because 10 is not greater than the 33. That's why it is coming into the else condition. So that's how actually we can use if and the if else. Now let's discuss about the if else. So suppose you have a multiple conditions, how actually you can write. Now we are going to discuss about the if else. If else. If else we use for the multiple condition. So suppose my scenario is like if number is greater than 80. If number is greater than 80, then I had to print grade A, and I had to check if number is greater than 60, then I had to print then grade B, and if number is greater than 40, then I will consider grade C, and if number is less than 33, I had to print fail. So these are the condition I had to write. So how actually I can write the condition for this? So what I will write, first I will take a user input. This will be the same, right? First he will enter a user input. Num input, we are taking a user input. Now we will write a condition. If, first we will write if the first condition is number is greater than 80, then we will say he got the grade A. So what I will write, if num is greater than 80, then what I will say? Print grade A, grade A. Now I had to check if number is greater than 60, then what I will write? So instead of, so this is my first condition, right? But I have to write another condition. If the number is greater than 60, then it should be a grade B. So how actually I can write? So instead of writing again if, what you have to write? Elif. 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 Number is greater than 60, then what I will write? Print grade B. Grade B. And if number is greater than 40 also we have to write. So I will write Elif. Num is greater than 40. Print grade C. And if number is less than 33, then it will be face. Otherwise, what we will write? Elif number is less than 40. Let's make less than 40. Or you can write else fail. Else fail. Else fail. Fail. So what we are writing? If what we are checking, we are writing a code like this. So if anyone is entering his marks, so suppose he is entering marks which is greater than 80. Suppose the user got more than 80, then he will get a grade A. If he is greater than 60, then he will get a grade B. If he is greater than 40, then he will get C. If it is less than 40, then it will come into the fail. Now let's execute. First it will ask enter your marks. So let me enter marks 20 or 10. So you can see it is printing fail. Directly it is coming here because the marks is not uh, greater than 40, 60 and 80, right? So directly it is printing fail. Now let me execute. So let me execute 45 marks I got. So you can see it is printing grade C. Now let me execute. Now let me execute. Suppose I am getting a 68, 69. So you can see it is printing grade B because 69 number is greater than 60, right? So it is printing the grade B. Now let me execute. Suppose anyone got 19 marks. So you can see it is printing a grade A. So whenever you have a multiple condition, then you can use the first one will be the if condition, and then again you have to write another condition. Then you can use elif and you can write your condition. And similarly, you can use a multiple elif condition, and then finally you can use a else condition. So that is the example of the if, elif, and the else. Now nested if. We are going to see about the nested if. Number is 0, then you have to print 0. If number is greater than number is less than 0, then you have to print negative. And if it is number is greater than 0, then you have to check it is a even number, even, even or odd. You have to check. Nested if means you will use a multiple if condition. So this is the question I have. So how actually I can write? So first I will take a user input. How actually I can take a user input? This is how actually I can take a user input, right? I'll write a condition. First condition is like I'll check if the number is greater than, if number is greater than 0 or not. If number is greater than 0 means I will print it is a positive number. If anyone is entering the number which is greater than 0, then I will say it is a print a positive number. Now I have to check, and if anyone is entering number greater than 0, and also if the number is divided by 0, then I will say it is a even, otherwise I will say it is a odd. So how actually I will write? I have already written one if condition. Under this, I will write another if condition. So that's why we call it as a nested if. I'll check if number equal to 0. If number is divided by 0 and remainder is 0, then I will say it is a print even. It is a even number. Else, I will say it is a odd number. This is the odd number. Odd number. Odd number. Now, suppose anyone is entering the uh, number as a 0. So what I will write? Elif condition. Elif num equal to 0. If anyone is entering number 0, then what I will 0? Right? It is a 0 number. 0 number. Else, I'll print negative, negative, negative. So what we have written, so what actually we are doing, first we are taking a user input and then we are checking if the number is greater than 0, then we are saying it is a positive number. As well, we are also checking whether it is a divided by 2 or not. If it is a divided by 2, then we are saying it is a even number. Otherwise, we are saying it is a odd number. And suppose if anyone is entering a number as a 0, then we will print it is a 0 number. Else if anyone is entering number which is less than 0, then it will come into the negative number. So that's how you can see if we are already using under if, again we are checking another if. So that's why we call it as a nested if. Now let me execute. Enter your marks. So suppose I am entering a -1. So you can see it is coming as a negative because number is less than 0, right? So it is directly printing the negative. Now suppose I am entering a 0. So you can see it is printing the 0 number. 0 number. Now suppose I am printing 30. So you can see it is saying it is a even number. It is divided by 2, right? Now suppose I am entering 11. So you can see it is saying it is a odd number. So like that we can, if you had to use any conditional statement, we can use a if else. So we have learned about how actually we can use if statement, if else statement, if and elif statement, and the multiple if statement also we have learned. So do practice, you will get better idea. Now let's understand about the for loop, how actually we can iterate in a Python, how actually we can use a for loop in a Python, that we are going to see. A for loop is used for iterating over a sequence, that is either a list, tuple, dictionary, set, or a string. If we have to iterate, we can use a for loop. Let's take one example. So you can see we have one of the list. I have a fruits list. In this fruits list, we have a multiple fruits are available. Means what is list? List is a collection of items, right? Now you can see I have created one list fruits. In this fruits, I have a multiple fruits are listed. Now my requirement is like I have to iterate this whole list and I have to print each whatever the each item is there, right? I have to print one by one. That is my requirement. How actually I can iterate that? So for that we can use a for loop. So how I will write? First you have to write for. After that you can give any name. I will give the name as a I in, and after that this is the list we want to iterate, right? For I in fruits colon, and after that if I write print and the I, so you can see one by one whatever the item is there in a list, it is printing apple, banana, and the cherry. So if you have to iterate a list one by one, then you can use a for loop. Now suppose I have to print like for I in fruits, and I will write eat, eat, comma I. Now if I execute this, you can see it is executing one by one. So what actually I am writing, for I in fruits, print, eat, and I. I is nothing but one by one it is iterating, right? Eat apple, then it is coming to the second one, eat banana, and then it is printing the eats cherry. So like that, if you have to iterate list, tuple, dictionary, we can use a for loop. Now let's see the same example with the dictionary, with the string, how actually we can iterate. So suppose we have given one string. Let's create one string x, and I will give as a hello world something. This is the string we have. Now if you have to iterate this string, you have to print each word one by one. How actually we can do? We can use a for loop. So what I will write? For I is the name I am giving. for I in x, x is our string, right? For I in x, if I'll use print and I, you will see one by one all the character which is getting printed. So that's how we can iterate in a string. So in a list, one by one item it was printing. In a string, you can see one by one character it is printing. So that's how we can use a for loop. Now let's see for loop with a break statement. So break is the statement. Let's take one example. Suppose I'm creating one list L and I have a multiple values there 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, something like that. Now in this particular list, what I had to do, I have to iterate the whole list and I need to check where actually it contains the 5, whether the 5 it contains or not. So my requirement is like iterate till 5, iterate till 5. How actually I can use that? So wherever the 5 is coming, I had to break the iteration. So that is my requirement. So in that case, we can use a break statement. So what I will write for I in L, this is how we iterate, right? Now if I do print I, it will iterate whole word, whatever the word is there, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. But I have to iterate till 5 only. So how actually I can write? So what I will write, if I equal to the 5, I will use a break. So break is like where you want to break your whole loop. So that is a break. Now if I'll execute this, you can see first it is printing 1, then it is printing 3, then it is printing 4. Now after that 5 is coming, right? So in 5 what we are saying, break. So wherever you had to break the loop, whatever the iteration, you can use a break statement. So that is the use of the break statement. So with for loop we can use a break statement, that also you have to remember. Means whenever you are doing a iteration and you based on certain condition you want to stop the loop, then you can use a break statement. Now similarly we also have a continue statement. These two are important, like what is the use of break statement, what is the use of continue statement. Generally people ask, so you should know. Now how actually we can use the continue statement. Now suppose I have created one string x, I'll write hello world something, I will write. Now my requirement is like I have to print all letter except L. Except L, I have to print all the letter, whatever is here. So what I will use, I will iterate it, right? If I write for I in x and if I write print I will be able to print all the character what is available in this string, right? Hello and then world. But my requirement is right, I have to print all letter, all character except L. So how actually I can write? So I will check if I equal to the L, if L is coming, then I will use a continue. Now I will print I. Now if I'll execute this, so you can see wherever L is coming, it is skipping. So first it is printing H, then it is printing E, then you can see after that O it is printing. Whenever the L is coming, right, it is skipping. Similarly W, O, R and you can see L is there, right? So L is skipped and D is printing. So continue we use whenever you have to skip certain character based on certain condition, then you can use a continue. So break statement generally we use whenever you have to break the loop based on certain condition, you will go for the break statement. Continue whenever you have to skip the certain word based on the condition, you can use a continue statement. Now let's understand about the range, how actually we can use a range with for loop. So range generally we use if we have to generate a sequence of number, we use a range function. How actually we can use, if I write for I in range and if I'll print 10, so and if I'll do print I, you will see it will generate a number, it will start with the 0 and it will generate till 9. If I am writing 10, then you can see till 9 actually it is generating a number. If I write 11, it will generate a sequence of number from 0 to 10. Means whatever the number you will mention here, right, -1 till that it will generate. So if I am writing for I in range 11, you can see sequence of number it is generating 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Now why it is starting with 0? Because by default it is a 0. If you will not mention anywhere, it is like a 0 and the 11. So if I write 0 and 8, 0 or 7 something if I write, so you can say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because I have mentioned 7 till 6 it will generate the number. So whenever you have to generate a sequence of number, you can use a range function with the for loop. Now you can see the step function by default is 1, because by default if you will not mention anything it will be 1. But suppose if I am mentioning 3, so you can see first 0 it is printing, then 3 it is printing, then step of 3, 6 it is printing. So if I will use 15 here, so you can see before 14, with the step of 3 it will try to print number 0, 3, 6, 9, 12. If I will mention 4, so it will start 0, 4, 8, 12. So like that the sequence of number if you have to generate, you can use a range function. Now suppose I want to print the same word multiple time. So if I write like this, so if I write for I in range 5 print hello, so you can see what actually it will do. From 0 to 4, right, means total 5 times hello it will generate. First 0, then 1, 2, 3, 4. So it will generate this many times the hello it will be generated. So sequence of number if you have to generate, you can use a range function. Now let's see how actually we can use a nested loops. So suppose you have to iterate a multiple loops. So let me write, suppose I have a two list 1, 2, 3, 4 something, and I have another list 7, 8, 9, 5 something, it is there. Now how actually I can use a multiple for loop, let's see. So what I will write, for I in the first list x, and after that enter for j in for the second list y. Now what I will do, print I and j, and if I'll execute this, so first it is printing 1 and also it is printing the 7. Then you can see first it is printing 1, then 9, then 1, and then 5. Similarly first it is printing the 3, 7, 3, 9, 3, 5. Means inner loop will be executed first. So you can see with 1 whatever the inner loop combination is there, right, that will be executed. 1, 7, 1, 9, 1, 5, 3, 7, 3, 9, 3, 5, 45, 7, 45, 9, 45, like that. So whatever the inner loop will be there, right, that will be executed first and then the upper loop. So that's how actually we can use a nested loop, like loop under loop, actually like this actually we can use. So whenever you have to iterate any list, you can use a for loop. Whenever you have to iterate over a sequence, we can use a for loop. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's understand about the while loop. So Python has a two loop command. One is a for loop, second is the while loop. So for loop we have already understand. Now we are going to see about the while loops. So with the while loop we can execute a set of statement as long as condition is true. So that is the thing we have to remember. Now let's understand with the example. So my first question is like, print I as long as I is less than 6. Means I have to print I as long as I is less than 6. How actually I can write a code for that? So first you have to initiate. So I will initiate with the 1. Now what I will do, or I can initiate with the 0. I will use a while loop, and after that I have to put some condition. So what is my condition? I is less than 6, till then I have to print. So what I will write, while I is less than 6. So first you have to initiate, and after that you have to use a while, and after that you have to give the condition, like while is I should be less than 6, right? Now what actually I want to do, I want to print I. Now after that, because we have initiated I equal to 0, right, first time it will print. Then what we will do, we also have to increment. So what I will write, I plus 1, I plus 1, this value will be keep on growing, right? So that's why we have put this condition. So this is the syntax. First you have to initiate, then you have to use a while. After using a while you have to put some condition. After that, what is the thing you want to do, that you have to print, and after that you have to increment the value whatever you have initiated. So that is the syntax only you have to remember. Now if I'll execute this, you can see it's printed 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let me initiate with the 1. Now in this case what will happen, it will start with a 1 2 3 4 5, it will happen because we have given I is less than 6, right? Till then actually it is printing. Now if I'll give I is less than 9, then what will happen, it will print till 8. So that's how actually we can print that, and it's very simple, right? In the same operation, if you had to do using a for loop, what we will do, what actually we were using a range function, right? So what we were writing, for I in range, so what we were writing, suppose we had to print till 6, less than 6, so what we will write 6, and if we'll do a print I, I'll get the same output. So here we are not mentioning anything, so it is starting with a 0. By default it is starting with a 0, that you have to remember, and like this actually it is happening. But if you will make it 1, it will start with the 1. So this is how actually we can use in a for loop, and this is how actually we can use using a while loop. Now let's see with a while loop how actually we can use a break statement. So what I will use, I will use the same command, I equal to 0, I will initiate, I will give condition while I is less than 6, and suppose if I equal to the 3, then I have to break till 3, I have to break. So what I will write, if I equal to the 3, then what actually I want to break it, and I will print a I, and I had to increment I equal to the I plus 1. If I'll execute, you can see first it is printing 0, then 1, then 2. It should print till 6, right? But what actually condition we are written, if I equal to 3, then break. So that's why whenever 3 is coming, it is actually breaking. So that's how actually we can use a break. Now let's see about the continue. So whenever you will use a continue statement, in that case what will happen, that particular value will get skipped. In the case of the break, if that value is coming, the whole loop was stopping, right? But in continue, if any value is coming, that particular value will get skipped. So what actually I will write, I am initiating with the 0, I am checking while I is less than 6, I want to increment I equal to the I plus 1. Now I will give condition, if I equal to 3, then what actually I want to do, continue, continue. I am writing if I equal to the 3, then I want to continue, and otherwise I want to print I. Now let me execute. Now you can see in this case what actually happening, whenever the 3 is coming, that 3 actually it is skipping, and it is printing the rest of the value. So that is the use of the continue. Whenever you have to skip any value, then you can use a continue. So I'm starting with the 0, I am printing till 6, but I am giving one condition, if I equal to 3, then continue, means that value you can skip that. Hello everyone, now let's understand about the list in Python. So list is one of the most important topic. So if you will go for any interview also, one question definitely they will ask regarding list. So first they will ask what is list, and what are the feature of a list, what is the difference between the list and tuple. Tuple we will understand later, and also they will give some coding question related to the list, and that coding question you have to answer it. So we had to understand list in depth, so that actually we are going to do. So in this particular video, first we will understand what is list, what are the feature of list, and then we will see how actually we can create a list, what are the different method which is available, everything we are going to understand. So let's understand what is list. A list is a built-in data structure in a Python. So list is one of the built-in data structure in a Python. It is used to store multiple item in a single variable. List generally be used to store multiple item in a single variable. For taking example, you can see I have created one list. In this list you can see I am storing the multiple item in a single variable, right? So list generally we use to store multiple item in a single variable. List are ordered. So whatever the value we have, right, this all the values will be always in the order format. It is a mutable. Mutable means suppose you want to change this value, so in the list it is possible you can change the value, that's why we call it as a mutable. And it can contain elements of different data types. So you can see the string values also there, integer values also there, like multiple data type value also you can store. So what is list? List generally be used to store multiple item in a single variable. It is order, it is a mutable, and it can contain element of a different data type that you have to say. Now what are the key feature of a list? it is a order. Element have a defined order and it can be accessed by their index. So the first key feature is a order. So lists are always in a order format and it can be accessed by their index. So you can see whatever the value is stored here, right? So this all the value we can access by using their index. So the first index is always 0. First index is 0. So for this one, right, the first index is 0. So if I'll write and 0, L and 0. So if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting this value. This value is 1, right? Let me change it to A. Let me change it to A. Now let me execute. You can see this value I am able to access. Means whatever the value is stored here, this will always be in the order format. And that actually you can access by using a index. Now suppose you want to access this particular value. So this is a 0 index, this is the first index, and this is the second index, right? So if I write L2 and if I'll execute, you can see I'm able to access this particular value. Means whatever the value is stored, that is in order format, and that actually we can access through a index. So that is the order. So it is always in order. That is a key feature. The second thing is it is a mutable. Means whatever the value is there, right, it can be changed. Suppose this L2 is 4, right? This value I want to change it to 5. Now if I'll execute and if I'll execute L, you can see this 4, right, it became 5 because what we had in whatever the L in second index, whatever the value is there, that I want to change to the 5. So you can see in final list what actually we are getting A 3 and then it became a 5. Previously it was 4, right, but we have changed it to the 5. That's why we call it as a mutable, means we can change the value. The third one is like heterogeneous. It can store element of a different data types like integer, string, floats. So you can see this is the example. Here we are storing a string, here we are storing an integer, and also you can store the float, like multiple data type value you can store here. Fourth is the dynamic size. List can grow or shrink as elements are added or removed. So in a list we can add the value and we can remove the value, so it can grow or it can be shrink also. So suppose I want to add a new value, so we have a different method. Suppose I will use l dot append. I want to add a new value 6. Now if I'll print l, you can see 6 got added. Means you can add a value and you can remove a value, so that is the advantage. So what is list? A list is built-in data structure in a Python which we use to store multiple items in a single variable. Lists are order, mutable, and it can contain a element of a different data type. What are the key feature? Always remember it is order, it is a mutable, it can contain the multiple data types, and also it can dynamically, it can grow or it can shrink. So that is the thing you have to remember. Now let's see how actually we can create a list. We'll understand about the order, mutable, heterogeneous, and different method we have, that we will understand. Now how to create a list? Creating a list is very simple, right? Suppose first you have to declare a variable. Suppose I'm declaring one variable a. You have to open a square bracket. This is the square bracket. In this square bracket, no multiple values can contain. It can contain the value, multiple value. So this is how the list will look like. Now if you want to check the type of a, you can see it is a list. So this is how actually we can create a list. Now how to create an empty list? If you had to create an empty list, what you have to write? First you have to declare a variable, and if you'll do like this, and if you'll check the type of a, you can see it is list. But as of now in a, you can see it is an empty list. So that's how actually this is the command for creating an empty list. Now index. So we have to understand about the index. Index is very much important in a list. So suppose this is the list I have. Let me create one list. This is the list I have. So always remember the index start with a 0 and index and with -1. What does it mean? So if you want to access this element, right, so whatever this element is stored, this always store in a order format, and if you want to access this with the help of index, we can access. So if I'm writing index start with 0, it means so this value, right, this is a 0 index, this is the 1 index, this is the second index, this is the third index. So you have to count like this is the 0 index value, this is the first index value, this is the second index value. So index start with the 0, that you have to remember. Now suppose I want to access the first element. So what I will write A0. If I write A0, you can see I'm getting this particular value. If I write A3, A3 means this is the 0 index, this is the first index, this is the second index, and this is the third index, right? A third means I should get the value 5. So if I'll execute, I'm getting the 5. So index always start with the 0, and like that you can access. So and it is end with a -1. So from last you want to access, then you had to count from starting. We were counting from 0, 1, 2, right? From last, if you had to count, you had to count -1, -2, -3. So suppose you want to access the last element. So if I write a -1, you can see I am getting a 9. If you want to access the second last element, what you have to write? Second last will be a -2. So you can see I am able to access the 7. The index start with the 0, index end with the -1, that you have to remember. The third is the mutable. Mutable, what is mutable means? And this is the common interview question also. Mutable means you can change the value. Suppose I want to change the first value of this list with a 7. This first value I want to change with the 7. So if I write A0 equal to the 7, the first value will get changed. Now if I print A, you can see previously it was 1, right? Now it got changed with the 7 because we can change the value. Heterogeneous means list can store the multiple value. It can store the same data type. It can store the multiple data types, and like that. And also it can contain the float also, like this. And if I'll check the type of A, it is a list only. Dynamic size means we can add the value and we can remove the value. So if I write a dot append 5, and if I print A, you can see 5 got added. 5 got added. This was the list, right? In this list 5 got added. So we can add and we can remove the value also. Now let's understand about the list method. So we have a different list method, and it is a very much important also, because suppose anyone has given you any interview coding related question. So these are the different method which will help. Suppose anyone has given you any question like you had to reverse a list. So for reversing a list, we have one inbuilt method available. So you should know like what are the inbuilt method is available. So if you use l dot reverse, the particular list will be reversed. Suppose if anyone is saying like you had to remove a specific value from the list, so for that we have a remove method is available. Suppose anyone is saying like you had to add a value into the list, so for that we have a append and insert method. So you should know like how actually you can use a different method which is already available in a list, and that actually you can use in your coding, and this will improve your coding also. So this is an important topic, and you should know about this all the list method which is available. So let's understand one by one. So suppose I have one list. This is the list. Let me create one list 3, 4, 5, 6. Now if anyone is saying like you had to add an element into this particular list, so we have one append method which is available. With the help of the append method, we can add any element into the list. So always remember, append we use to add an element into the list. So if I will use a dot append, suppose I want to append 9 value into this particular list. Now if I'll execute, the A, you can see it was a 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? But 9 got added because we have used the append method. Now one thing, if you will see, it actually added the value into the last. So append we use whenever you have to add any value into the list, and whenever you have to add into the last only, then only you will use the append method. Now, but suppose my requirement is like I want to add this particular value into this particular index, like I want to add here. But if I use append method, it is always adding into the last. So how actually I can add into the specific, like suppose I want to add after 3. So how actually I can do that? So in this way we have a insert method. So what actually we can write? So if I write, first I will show you the list. This is the list I have. So if I'll do a dot insert, what actually I want into the third index. In the third index, what value I want to add? I want to add a 10. I want to add a 10. So what actually I am writing, a dot insert, this is the which particular index. So this is the 0 index, this is the first index, this is the second. Here in the third index, what actually I want to add the value 10. So that is the what actually I am writing. If I'll execute this, you can see in the third index the value 10 got added. So if you had to add the value at the last, then you will use the append method. If you had to add a value into the specific index, then you can use a insert method, because our requirement can be anything, right? Our requirement can be I want to add the value here. So based on that index, actually you can use the insert method and you can add the value. Now the next is the remove. Suppose I have given one list. This is the list I have. Now what actually I want to remove a specific value from this list. So I have a remove inbuilt method. I can use that. I will use a dot remove. Suppose I want to remove this 10. So what I will write, a dot remove 10. If I'll execute a, you can see 10 got removed. So we can use the remove method to remove any value from the list. Now we also have a pop method. So pop removes element by index. So let me show you my list first. This is the list I have, right? Now in this list, suppose you want to remove any elements. So we have a remove method to remove any specific value. But suppose if you are using a pop, this is the list you have, right? 1 3 4 5 6. 1 3 4 5 6, this is the list we have. Now if you use a dot pop, what actually it will do, it will remove the last element, last value. Now if you will execute, you can see 6, right? Now if you will execute, if you will check your list, you can see 6 got removed. So whenever you had to remove the last element value, you can use a pop. Now we have a sort. So suppose this is the list I have. As of now it is sorted. Let me create a new list. I'll use a 4 5 3 7 5. So and I can use a 9. So this is the list I have. This is the list I have. Now you can see this is not in sort format. I want to sort it. So how actually I can use a sort method. So if I'll use add l dot sort, and if I'll check, if I'll check the L, you can see this list got sorted. This list got sorted. So you can use a sort method to sort the list. You can see it's sorted, right? So sort method you can use to sort. Now suppose anyone is giving you any question and you had to reverse this list. Whatever the value is there, you had to reverse. So we have a reverse method. So what I will write, L dot reverse. If I'll do this and if I'll check the L, let me again, you can see this was the list, right? Now if I'll use L dot reverse, what actually it did, it actually reversed the value. So we have a reverse method for that list. Now we have a extend method. So suppose you have a two list. My first list is 1 3 4. This is the list. Second list is 4 5 6. Now this L1 list you want to add into this L only. So what actually you can use, you can use the extend method. If I'll use L dot extend L1, and if I'll print L, you can see whatever the value was there, right, it got added into the this list only. So extend we use to add element from another list. If you have a list and you want to combine, you can use the extend method. Now we have a index. So index return the index of the first occurrence of a value. Suppose you want to know what is the index of this 5. So what actually you can use, L dot index, and if you will write 5, L dot index 5, and if you will write, you can see what actually it is saying, it is the fourth index. How actually it is fourth index, it is a 0 1 2 3 and 4. This is the fourth index, right? So if you want to know for particular value what is the index, you can use the index method. If you want to check what is the index of this 6, if you write 6, it is the fifth. It is a 0 1 2 3 4 and 5. So we are getting a 5. Now we have a count method. Now you want to count how many times 4 is there. So what actually you can write, L dot count 4. If you write this count 4, you can see 4 is 2 times, right? So if you want to check how many times the 4 is present, you can use a count method to count how many times it is there. So yeah, so these are the different list method is available which you should know, because this will help you in a coding. And in interview also sometimes directly they ask like to check your coding skill, like to check your Python skill, whether you are aware about this all the method or not. So they will ask you the simple question how to remove a last element from a list. So you should know, like, we have a pop method. If they will say how actually you can remove a specific element, so you should understand, right, we have a remove method. If anyone is saying like you have to sort a list, so we have a sort method is available. If anyone is saying like you have to reverse a list, so we have a reverse method. If you have to add an element into the list, so we have a append method and insert method. So you should know about this all the method. So do practice it, you will get a idea. Now let's do few list related coding question which is generally asked in interview also. My first question is like, write a Python program to find the largest element in a list. So you can see this is the list is given 3, 4, 44, 5, 66 and 7. What you have to do, you have to find out what is the maximum element from this list. So maximum element is 66, right? So our output should be 66. So with the two way you have to solve. One is the using a inbuilt method. Inbuilt method you have to find, and the second is the with the help of without inbuilt method you have to solve. So this two way we have to solve. How actually you can solve this? Let's do one by one. So if you will use the inbuilt method, so what actually you have to do, we have a max function which is available. So if I will directly write max and L, let's see what we'll get. You can see we are getting the 66. So we have a inbuilt max method. With the help of that, directly you will get the what is the maximum element from the particular list. Now without a inbuilt method, how actually you can write? So this is the list which is given. What I will write, I'll declare one variable, large something, largest I will give, and I will give the largest is the 0. I am just considering this largest one variable 0. Now what I am doing, I am just iterating the loop for I in L. If and if I'll do print I, just to show you what actually I am printing. So I'm printing each element one by one. Now in this element one by one, if I'll check, if I is greater than this value, if I is greater than this value, then largest will become the that particular element. So what actually I am doing, first I am iterating one by one. So the first value is 3, right? So first it will come whether 3 is greater than largest or not. The largest value is 0 and I value is 3. So yeah, 3 is greater than 0, right? Then the largest element will become a 3. So in the first run, what actually happened? Largest will become a 3. Now second element. Now second element it will check that is a 4, whether 4 is greater than 3 or not. Yeah, 4 is greater than 3. Then with the help of this, what will happen? Largest will become a 4. So like that the whole code will be executed. Now what I will do, let's print largest. Now if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the output 66. So without inbuilt method, how actually we can find out the largest, and like this actually we can find out. Now second question is similar to that only. I have a given list. I have to find out what is the uh, minimum lowest number in the given list. So with inbuilt method, if you write min and L, you will get the output 4 is the minimum, right? But without inbuilt method, how actually you can write? So what actually I will write? This is the given list, right? I will give the lowest. I will declare one variable lowest, and I will say lowest is a 0. What I will do? Lowest, and the first element I will consider this as the lowest. So what I will write? L0. What will be the L0 value? L0 value is the first value, right? So I am considering the first value is the lowest value. Now what I will write? I will apply the same logic for I in L. If I is less than lowest. If I is less than lowest, in this case what will happen? Lowest will become the I. Now let's print the lowest. If I execute, you can see I am getting the output. So what actually I am doing, I am considering the first value as a lowest, and I am checking one by one. If any value is becoming lower than this lowest value, then I am converting that as a my lowest value, and finally I am printing. So like that actually we can find out the lowest number in a given list. I hope you got the idea. In next video we will continue this and we will solve few more questions. Now let's solve another question. So I have a two question. The first question is like, write a Python program to interchange first and the last element in a list. So you can see this is my list is L, and what is the output I want? I want to interchange the first and the last element in a list. Means our output should be like whatever the first and last element, right? That should be interchange. Means my output should be, this is my list. So what is the last element? That is a 5, right? What is the first element? 1. So this should be output. This is my input, and I had to interchange the first and the last element, and this should be our output. So that is a question. How actually we can do? That is my first question. Second question is like, write a Python program to swap two element in a given list. So what you have to do? You have to swap this 3 with 4. Like the 4 value will come here, 3 value will come here. So that like that you have to swap two element in a list that we are going to solve. So let's start with the interchange the first and last element. So how actually you can access the first elements? If I write L0, I'll get the first element, that is a L0, right? What is the last element? How actually you will find out? L minus 1. If I'll do L minus 1 means 5. That is the last element, right? This is how actually uh, we can access the first and the last element. Now what I will do, L0 L minus 1 equal to the L minus 1 comma L0, and if I'll print L, you can see it got swapped. So what actually I am doing, whatever the L0 value is there, that's becoming L minus 1. Whatever the L minus 1 last value is there, that is becoming the first value. So like that actually we can do a swapping. So what I am doing, whatever the first value is there, that replace with the last element. Whatever the last element is there, that replace with the first element. And if you will print the L, you will get the output. So like that actually we can interchange the first and the last element. Similarly here, if you had to swap two element, how actually you can do that? In this case, what you have to do, we have to swap with the 3 with the 4, 4 with the 3. Now first thing you have to find out what is the index of this 3 and the 4. So if I'll write L dot index, and if I'll write 3, so what is the index of this 3? That is a 2. So remember that that is a 2. So what I will write L2. Now what is the index of the 4? If I'll check, the index of the 4 is 3, right? So that is a 3, L3. Now we had to interchange both, right? I had to interchange 3 with 4, 4 with the 3. So what I will write, L2 L3 equal to the L3 L3 L2 L2. Like that if I'll write, and if I'll exit L, you can see I had to execute first this list and then this. You can see 1, 2, then 3 should come, right? But we are getting 4 and then 3 and then 5. This 3 and 4 got exchanged because we are using this logic. So like that if you can swap two element in a given list. I hope you got the idea. Now let's solve another question. The question is like, we had to reverse a list using Python, and this is a very common question which is generally asked in interview. So you had to reverse a list by using a inbuilt method or without inbuilt method, both you should know. So we are going to solve. This is the a list is given, and what we have to do, we have to reverse. Means our output should be 5, then 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. So like that output actually we want. So let's first solve using a inbuilt method. How actually we can reverse this? So we have a reverse. So if I write L dot reverse, and if I'll execute, and if I will print, you can see it got reverse. Like whatever the list it is there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now I'm using L dot reverse. Now if I'm printing L, you can see it got reverse. So that is the first way to reverse the list. A second way, if you want to reverse the list, we have another method. What actually you can do? If you'll write like this, if you'll write like this, you can see this will be reversed. So this is a list, right? And if you write like this, the whole list will be reversed. That is the second way you should know. Now the third way is like without inbuilt method, with by using a for loop, how actually we can solve method. So what actually I will do, first I will declare one variable empty list. This is the empty list. Now what I will do, I will try to read it from a last to the first. So for that I will write code for I in range length of list, a length of L minus 1. I want to start from a last, and I want to do a minus 1 increment, like from last to the first I want to print. Now if I'll print li, you can see I'm able to access the first is printing 5, then 4, then 3, then 2 and 1, right? Now what I will do, I'll just append a dot append. What I want to append? I want to append li. Right now if I will show you what is a, I will print a. You can see the whole list got reverse. So this is another way without inbuilt method. If you want to reverse, you can use this method. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's solve another question. What is the first question? First question is like write a Python program. You have to find the sum of all the elements. So whatever the element is present in the list, right? I had to find the sum. I had to do plus of all. That is the first question. With inbuilt method and without inbuilt method, both you have to do. The second question is like I had to find the sum and average also of all the element in the given list. So that is the second question. Let's do. So let's solve using a inbuilt method. So if I'll do a sum of L, if I'll do sum of L, what will happen? This whole element in the list got sum, right? So if I write sum of L and if I'll execute, you can see what is the sum. 1 plus 3, 4 plus 4, 8 plus 3, 11 plus 5, 16 plus 7, 23, right? So it summed all the elements. So we have an inbuilt method sum that you have to remember. Now let's solve without using an inbuilt method. So what I will do, first I will declare one variable summation or any variable name you can give. So what I will give, sm I will give sm0. What I will do, I will iterate the whole list for I in L and I will do print I. So I will be able to iterate the whole list. Now what I will do, sum plus equal to the I. If I am writing sum plus equal to the I equal to the sm equal to the sm plus I. Sm equal to the sm plus I. Now if I will do what is the sum, you can see it is 23. Means I am iterating the whole list and I am doing a sum with this. So that is the thing. If I'll do, you will get the sum of all the element in the given list. Now let's solve another question. I had to find the sum and average both. So to find out the sum, what actually we were doing, if I write summation equal to the sum and L, I'll get the uh, I'll get the summation. If I'll print, I'll get the total sum of the element, that is a 23. Now if you had to find out the average, how actually we can find out the average? Average equal to the summation, or you can write sum of L divided by length of L. If I'll do this, I'll get the average. What will be the average? That is a 3.83. So like that actually we can solve. Now if you have to solve the same question without inbuilt method, how actually you can do that? The same thing. So this is the sum, right? So this is how actually you have to find the sum, and for average you have to just divide with the length of L, you will get the average. So I hope you got the idea. Now let's solve another question. So first question is like write a Python program to print even number in a list. Next question is like write a Python program to print odd number in a list. So suppose we have given one list and list is like this 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 9. So this is the list is given. Now from this list what we had to do, we had to print only the even number. That is our first question. Second question is like we had to print only the odd number. How actually we can write a code for this? So what I will do, first I will try to iterate it. If I'll do for I in L, if I'll do print I, then I should be able to print every number one by one, right? Now if I will print one condition, what is even number? If number is divisible by 2, then we will say it is a even number, right? So if I write I percentile 2 equal to the 0, then what I will do, print I, print I. So what actually I am doing, I am just checking if I is divided by 2, means that is a even number. I am just printing. So let me execute. You can see from the given list only the 4 and the 6, these are the even number we have, so that actually we are able to print that. So that is the first question. Now second question is like here we have to find out the odd number from the given list. How actually we can write? Same logic we will apply. So what I will write, for I in L, if I percentile 2 is not equal to 0. If I write this and if I do print I should be able to print only the odd number from the given list. So from this list, we can see only whatever the odd number is there that we are printing. In first question, what actually we check if it is divided by 2 or not. And second question, what actually we are checking if it is not divided by 2. And means I percentile 2 shouldn't be equal to the 0. That is the condition for the odd number. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's solve another question. I had to remove a duplicate from a given list. So you can see we have one list is given. In this list, multiple duplicate values there. You can see 2 is repeated 2 times, 4 is repeated 2 times, right? Now we had to create one list which should contain only the unique value from the given list. How actually we can do that? So what actually I will do first I will try to iterate for I in A and print I will do. I should be able to read each number one by one. Now what I will do, I will create one more list, empty list. Now here I will check the condition if I not in L. If I not in L, then what I will do, I will try to append that number and that number. I'm checking if the number is already appended. If number is already appended into the L, then don't append. So that is the condition we are writing. Now if I'll try to print L, you can see we are getting only the unique value. So that's how we can remove the duplicate. So what is the condition I am checking? I am reading the number one by one and I am just appending into the L and I am checking the condition if that number is not in this particular list, then only append, otherwise don't append. So that is the condition we have written. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now we are going to understand about the important topic, that is a list comprehension. List comprehension offer a shorter syntax. When you want to create a new list based on the value of an existing list, we use a list comprehension. Let's take one example. Suppose my requirement is like I have a list is given. Now what actually I want? I want output like this, which what actually it will do? It will do a square of this all the elements. So my output should be like this: 1, 9 and 16. Means it will do square of this all the element, and that's how I should get the output. So that is my requirement. So in a traditional way, how actually we will solve this? So what actually I will do? First I will try to iterate this for I in A if I'll do, and if I'll do print for squaring I into I will get the square of all the element. Now because we want output in the list, right? So what I will do, I will create a one more list, empty list, and in this empty list I will try to append this L dot append I into I into I, right? So that I'll get the output in the form of a list. Now if I show you the output, I'm getting the output in the form of list. So that is a traditional way. Now in a list comprehension, what actually it offers, you can write the same code in a single line itself. Means here we are writing a 3 to 4 line, right, to get the same result, but with the help of the list comprehension in a single line you can get this output. Check how actually we can write that. So what I will do, I will create a new cell. Now let's see how in list comprehension we can write the same code. So we had to open a bracket. This is the square bracket. This is the like a list, right? Now what you have to write? How actually we are solving this? This for I in A we are writing, right? So you have to write the same logic because for we had to do a square of this A, right? So what actually I am writing for I in A, and what we are doing I into I, right? So this you have to write here. So what actually I am doing for I in A, what actually I want to do, I want to square it. If I'll do this and if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the same output. Means instead of writing the whole thing and instead of doing the append and all, we have a list comprehension method. With the help of this, in a single line itself you can get the whole result. So that is the advantage we get. This helps us to write cleaner, more readable code compared to the traditional looping technique. You can see in a traditional looping we are doing a whole loop and then we are doing append, right? But here we don't need. In a single line itself we can get the result. What are the advantage we have? It is a concise. It reduces the multiple lines of code to a single line. That is the first advantage. Instead of writing the multiple line in a single line, you will get the result. Second is a readable. It is easy to understand compared to the traditional loop. And the third is efficient. It is faster than the equivalent for the for loops due to optimized implementation. It is faster as compared to the traditional loops. So that is the advantage. Now let's do few example and let's understand. Now suppose I have to filter a even number from the given list. How actually we will write? So what actually I was doing in a traditional loop, I was first looping for I in A, and what actually I was doing, I was appending. If I was checking first if I percentile 2 equal to the 0, then do the append L dot append I, and if I'll get, you can see only 4 and 6, this is the result. Now in a list comparison, how actually I can get the, I will write the same code for I in A, and I will check if I percentile 2 equal to the 0, then what is the output I want? I want a output of I. Now if I'll execute this, you can see 4 and 6. So instead of writing this multiple line of code in a single line of code, you will get the syntax is similar. For I in A, whatever we have written here for I in A. If I percentile 2 equal to 0, this condition also we have written. Instead of appending it, right, what actually we are doing, just we are writing a I. This I. We don't need to do append because we are already in list, right, in a list comparison. So that is the advantage. Instead of writing the whole line of code, we will get the result in a single line. Now let's do one more. And here we have a hello, and also we have a world. Now what actually I want, whatever the value is there in the given list, right, I have to convert into the uppercase. So how actually I can do? In a traditional method, what actually I will do, I'll create a new list because I had to append, right, and I will try to iterate it for I in A, and if I will print I dot upper, you can see it converted into the uppercase, right? Now what we will do, we'll try to append into this particular list. So what I will write, L dot append. Now if I'll print L, I'll get the output. Now the same result, if you want to do using a list comprehension, what you have to do, you have to open a bracket. Now what you will write, you will just write for I in A, and what is the output we want, that we have to write it first, I dot upper. This is the one we have to write. Now if I'll execute, you can see I'm getting the same result. So this is very much important because it will make your life easy. Instead of writing a multiple line of code, you can do the same result using a list comprehension in a single line. So that is the advantage we get in a list comprehension. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's understand about the tuples. So tuples are used to store multiple items in a single variable. So in a list also we create a single variable and we store multiple items, right? In a tuples also you can create a single variable and you can store a multiple values. Tuple is one of 4 built-in data type which is available in a Python, which we use to store collection of a data. So in a Python, whenever you have to store collection of a data, we have a few built-in data types. List is one of them, second is a tuples, and the third is set, and fourth is a dictionary. Sets and dictionary we will discuss later, but you have to remember in a Python, if you want to store collection of a data, we have a few built-in data types. One is the list, then set, then dictionary, then tuples. Tuple is a collection which is ordered and unchangeable. Tuples are written with a round bracket. So how actually we represent the tuple? Let's understand. So you can see I have created one tuple. This is the tuple. We represent with the round bracket. You can see round bracket we have closed, and then the multiple item actually it can contain, and we are closing the bracket. So now let's understand about the key feature. So tuples items are ordered, unchangeable, and it allow a duplicate value. When we say order, tuples are order, it means that the items have a defined order and that order will not change. So you can see this is the one tuple I have created, right? The tuples are always be in a order, means whatever the item it is contained, right, it will always be in the same order. So if I want to access this apple, right? So because it, you can see this is in the first index, right? So this will always be in the first index. This order will never change. And if you want to access with index, you can access. That's why we say these tuples are always be in the ordered format. Now you will see, right, in a list also, that is also in order, and we can access the item using a index, right? So what is the difference between the list and tuple? In a list also we were storing a multiple value in a single variable. In tuples also we are doing the same thing. Then what is the difference between the tuples and the list? The main difference is like tuples are unchangeable. Means we can't change the tuples. Once you create the tuple, you can't add, remove the item from a tuple. So that is the main thing you have to remember. Means whatever the tuples you are creating, and once the tuple is created, you can't change the tuple. Suppose I want to change this apple to the banana. If I'll do a0, and if I'll write banana, and if I'll execute this, you will get one error, because these tuples are not changeable. Means you can't change the tuples. That is the main feature you have to remember. It is fixed in the size. And suppose you want to remove this apple from this particular tuple, that is also not possible. That's why we say tuples are unchangeable, but list can, you can change the value in the list. Tuples allow duplicate also. Means you can have a multiple duplicate value also. You can see apple is here, right? Means you can have a multiple duplicate value. Now why we use a tuple? First one is the immutability. When we say immutability, means you can't change the value. Once you create a tuple, you can't change the value. That's why we say it is a immutable in nature. The second one is it is faster access. Tuples are faster than list due to their immutability. Because once you create a tuple, you can't change the tuple, and it is faster than list. That's why we use a tuple. And that you have to remember. Tuples are valuable tool for grouping related data while maintaining integrity and improving the performance. So one thing you have to remember, what is the difference between the list and tuple? That is an important interview question also. The main difference is tuples are unchangeable, means it is immutable in nature, means you can't change the value once you create, and tuples are faster than the list because of the immutability nature. Now let's see how actually we can create a tuple and how actually we can access the tuple. Let's see that. If you want to create a tuple, how actually you can create a tuple. So suppose I will creating one variable, and if I write this, and if I'll check the type of a, you can see it is a tuple. So in a round bracket we can represent the tuple, and here we can store the multiple value. Like suppose I am storing ABC, and suppose I am storing a float also, and if I'll execute, you can see the multiple data type also it can contain, multiple values also it can contains. So this that's how actually we can create a tuple. Now let's see how actually we can access the tuple. So accessing a tuple with indexing, you can access the tuple. So indexing here also you should remember it starts with a 0, and from and if you want to access ends with -1. From ends you want to access, you can use a -1. Suppose I want to access the first element, so what you have to remember, a0 if you will do, you will be able to access the first element. Now you want to access what is the last element. So if what you have to write, if you write a-1, you will get the whatever the last element is present here, that you will get. As of now these tuples are very short, right? But suppose you have a thousands of items are available in this tuple, and now you want to access the last elements. Then what actually you can use? For the from the last you want to access, you can start with a -1, and from the starting you want to access, you can start with the 0. So that's how the indexing work. That's why you have to remember. The next thing is like it is a unchangeable and the immutable. That is an important property. Means once you will create a tuple, you can't change the value. Suppose I want to remove the 1, or suppose I want to add something. Suppose I want to add append 5. If I'll do this, I'll get error, because once the tuple is created, you can't add, you can't remove. That is the thing you have to remember. It is a immutable in a nature. Now let's understand another property. Since tuples are immutable, but suppose you want to add a few values there. So there are few workaround is there through which actually you can add. we know it is a immutable, we can't add the value, but we have a few workaround through which we can add the value. First is like convert into a list. You want to add anything, you have to convert into the list. How actually we can convert into the list? What you have to do is, if you use a list function and you will pass the a, this is the a, right? Now if you will see, it got converted into the list. Now you can add any value. Suppose I want to add a 55. You can see a got added. Now you can convert into the tuple. Tuple, tuple, and if I write a equal to the tuple, and if I show you a, you can see 50 got added, and this type is also tuple. So like that actually we can add a values. Add tuple to a tuple. So suppose you have a two tuple. Let me give another example. The another way is like, suppose I have another tuple 1 3 4. Now I have another tuple 1, b plus equal c if you will do, and if you will see the b, you can see 1 3 4 and the 1 got added. Means what actually we are writing, b equal to the b plus c if you will do. If you will add this two tuple, the value will get added. So that's how also you can add a value into the list. The next thing is like, we can't remove from a tuple. So suppose I have one tuple, this is the tuple I have. Now I want to remove this one. How? So if I will use a remove similar to the list, suppose I want to remove this 4. If I'll execute, I'll get error because it is immutable in nature. We can't remove any value from a tuple. We can delete the tuple. So that is the one thing you have to remember. Suppose you want to delete the complete tuple. So we have a delete function. We'll write delete and b, that will be deleted. Now if you want to check whether b is there or not, b is not there. B is not there. B is not defined because we have deleted. So if we have a delete command through which actually we can delete the tuple. Now let's understand few method. So suppose I have a one tuple. Let me create one tuple 1 4 5 5 6 5. This is the tuple I have. Now suppose you want to count anything. So we have a count method is available. So if I write a dot count, how many times 5 is there? So if I want to count that, count, you can see 5 is present 3 times, right? So that's why we are getting a 3. So count method is available in tuple, that you have to remember. Next is index. So suppose you want to find out what is the index of the 4. So we have an index also, a dot index. If you write, you want to find out what is the index of the 4, you can see it is a first index. It is a 0 and this is the first one. The fourth is the first index. So in a tuple we have a method count and the index, that you have to remember. We have a delete function through which we can delete the tuple. It is immutable in nature, means once you create it you can't delete, but there are few ways that also we have discussed in this video. Yeah, so I hope you got the idea about the tuples. Yeah, that's it in this video. Thanks. Now let's understand about the another built-in data type, that is a set. So set also we use to store multiple item in a single variable. Set is one of the 4 built-in data type which is available in a Python, which we use to store collection of a data. So in a Python we have a 4 built-in data type which we use to store collection of a data. One is list, second is tuple, third is set, and fourth is a dictionary. List, tuple and the set, list, tuple we already discussed, dictionary we'll discuss later. A set is a collection which is unordered, unchangeable and unindexed. So set is unordered, unchangeable and unindexed, that you have to remember, and the main property is like it doesn't allow a duplicate. So how actually we represent the set? You can see in a curly braces, right? We have to open the bracket and we have to add the all the items. Means the set can contain the multiple items, and another key feature is like it is unordered, means whatever the item is stored, it is not in a proper order. The order can be changed, so it is in unordered. It is unchangeable, so whatever the item, once the set is created, you can't change the particular item values. And the third main property is like it doesn't allow a duplicate. So what is set? Set is used to store the collection of a data in a single variable. It doesn't allow duplicate, that is the main property you have to remember, and it is unordered. whatever the item which is stored in the set, it doesn't contain the same order, means you can't access the element using a index and all, so it is not in proper order format, that you have to remember. Second is like it is unchangeable. Once the set is created, you can't change the value, so that is the second thing. That the third and most important is like it is doesn't allow duplicate. So suppose this is the set. Now I want to add one more value, and the same banana I want to add. So if I write banana, and if I will execute this set, you can see I'm getting the only, it remove the duplicate value. You can see banana and banana two times, right? So it remove the duplicate values and only the unique values we are getting. So that is the main property. Set doesn't allow a duplicate, that you have to remember. Now let's see how actually we can create a set. So creating a set is simple. If you write a equal to the set, and if you'll check the type of a, you can see it is a set. So like this actually you can create an empty set. Now suppose you have a value, then how actually you can create curly braces, and you can write 1 3 4 5 6, and if you will check the type of b also, this should be a set. So like this actually we can create a set. This is how actually we can create an empty set. This is how actually if you have a value you can create a set. Now let's see how actually we can access an item. So suppose this is my set is there. How actually you can access the item? So set doesn't allow a indexing. So suppose I want to access the first elements, I will get the error because it doesn't allow a indexing or anything. Then how actually we will access the item in a set? So we have a for loop. It doesn't allow indexing, but we can use a for loop. If I write for I in b, and if we'll do print I should be able to access the item, like each item I should be able to access. Now let's see the another property, how actually we can add a item into the set. So you can see this is the set I have. We know, right, the sets are unchangeable. Then how actually we can add item? So one thing you have to remember, once a set is created, whatever the value is there, that value you can't change, but you can add a value there in the set. So we have a add function. So suppose I will write b dot add, I want to add 7, and if I will print b, you can see 7 got added. 7 got added. Now let me create a like this. Now let me add a 8 here, 8 here, or 9 here. You can see 9 got added. So now if you will see, this is the sets I have 1 3 4 5 6 and the a. But what is the output we are getting? We are adding a 9. You can see 1 3 4 5 6 9 and then a. You can see this order is getting changed, right? Because whatever the value I am adding after the a only, but this order got changed. That's why we say it is doesn't contain any specific order. So that's why the indexing is also not possible. That is the thing, that is the property you have to remember. Sets are not changeable, means once the sets is created, this items value you can't change. Now second thing you have to remember, it doesn't contain the order. You can see these orders are getting changed, right? So this order can be changed. Now suppose you have a two sets. This is my first set, and I have another set like B and C. Now if you want to add this, so we have a update. So if I'll write b dot update a, and if I'll print b, you can see it got added. This b and c got added here. So if you want to add anything in the set, we have a add function. That is the first thing you have to remember. And the second way of adding, if you have a two sets and if you want to update any one of the set, you can use the update method also. Now let's see how actually we can remove a value from the set. So you can see this is the set we have. Now if you want to remove anything, we have a remove method. If I write b dot remove, I want to remove 4, and if I'll print a b here, you can see 4 got removed from here. Similarly, we also have a discard. You can use a discard also. So if you write b dot discard, and if you write 6, we'll print a b, you can see 6 got a remove. So you can use a remove also and discard also. In a remove, one thing you have to remember, if whatever the value you are mentioning, and if the value is not present in the set, then you will get error, but in the discard you will not get error. So that is the difference you have to remember. Now another way is like pop. So pop, what generally it does, it remove the value from a end of the list. It remove the value from end of the list, end of the set. Now here, because this is not in a proper order, right? So you will not know which particular item will be removed. So if I write b dot pop, and if I'll check b, you can see, and this was our set, right? So it removed the one. So whenever you will use pop, because sets are unordered, you will not know which particular value it will remove. So pop is also one of the method which is available through which you can remove any item from a set. So if you have to remove any item from a set, you have a remove method, you have a discard, and you have a pop. That is the thing you have to remember. Now suppose I have this particular set. If I show you A, now if I want to empty this particular set, so I can use a clear. So how actually I can use A dot clear, and if you will check A, you can see all it got emptied. Now we have a delete. Suppose you want to delete this particular set itself, you can use a delete. You can delete it, and if you will see, that particular object is not available. Now another thing is like, suppose you have a two set, and if you want to union it, you can use a union. Now if I show you set 3, you can see this all the value got unioned. So union is also one of the method. So I hope you got the idea about the set, and that's it in this. Thanks. Now let's understand about the dictionary. So dictionary is also one of the inbuilt data type which is available in a Python to store a collection of a data. Dictionary are used to store data values in a key value pair. So in a dictionary, how actually we store the data in the form of a key value. So you can see this is the key, this is the values. This is the key, this is the value. So in the form of the key value, actually we store the data in a dictionary. A dictionary is a collection which is order, changeable, and do not allow duplicate. When we are saying it is a order, as a Python version 3.7 dictionary or order, in previous version it was in a unordered format. So that you have to remember, dictionary is a collection which is ordered, changeable, and do not allow duplicate. Dictionary are written with curly bracket and have a key values. So how actually we represent the dictionary? With this curly bracket and in the form of the key values, that you have to remember. Set also we represent with the this curly braces, right? But that doesn't contain in the form of the key value. But the dictionary, how actually we represent with curly braces, and under this you will be having a key value pair. What are the key feature of the dictionary? It is order. When we say dictionary or order, it means that item have a defined order and that order will not change. So suppose you are defining this particular dictionary, right? So this dictionary will always be in a order format, so that you have to remember. Second thing is like changeable. So whatever the dictionary is there, right, that you can change. So suppose I want to change this particular brand to the Maruti. How actually I can do that? If I'll do this D brand equal to the Maruti. So, and if I'll execute, and if I'll show you the D, you can see this Ford got changed into the Maruti. I have written Maruti, right? But that got changed into Maruti. So means you can change the value. That is possible in a dictionary. Now next thing is like duplicates not allowed. So in a dictionary, we cannot have a two items with the same key. Means in a dictionary, you cannot have a same key. So suppose this brand we have defined, right? Another brand you cannot define. So suppose let me create this with same thing here. Let me copy this. Now if I'll execute, now you can see we have a two brand, right? But as a output we are getting only the one brand. Means dictionary doesn't allow a duplicate. It cannot contain a same key two times. That is the thing you have to remember. But let me do one thing. Suppose key I am changing and value is same. We can have a same value, but this key cannot be a same. Now if I'll execute, you can see it contain the A and the Ford. The key cannot be a same, but this value can be a same. So that you have to remember. So dictionary are order, it is a changeable and it doesn't allow duplicates. That is the feature you have to remember. Now let's see how actually we can create a dictionary. Creating a dictionary is very simple. If I write how to create a empty dictionary, a equal to the dict if you write, and if you check type of a, it is a dictionary. So that's how we can create the empty dictionary. But suppose you have to create a dictionary with key value pair. So suppose first you have to write a key, and then you have to write a value 1, then key, and then value 3, then key, then value 5.0 something. And if I'll execute, and if I show you type of D, this is also a dictionary. So like that actually we can create a dictionary. Now let's see how actually we can access a item. So we have one dictionary D. This is the dictionary. If you want to access a item, we can access with the key value. So suppose this particular key I want to access. So what you have to write D, and this K, this one you will write, right, DA. You will get the what is the value. So A value is 1, right? So I am able to access that. So if I write D and B, you can see B value is a 3. So I am able to access the whatever the value of that particular key with this approach. Now let's see another thing. Suppose I have one dictionary. If I show you, this is the dictionary I have. Now I want to access all the key. So how actually I can write? If I write d dot keys, so you can see whatever the key are there, right? We are able to access. You can see A is a key, B is a key, C is a key, right? So I'm able to access all the key together with this d dot keys. Now whatever the values you want to access, right? So if you write d dot values, and if I'll execute, you can see all the values you will be able to access. You can see 1, 3, and 5.0. These are the values, right? So that actually we can access. So d dot key for all the key, d dot values for the all the values. Now let's see the changeable nature. So we have this dictionary. Now if you want to change, suppose this 1 you want to change into 2. So how actually we can do? If I write DA, this I want to change it to 2 or 3. Now if I show you the dictionary, you can see this whatever the 1 was there, right, previously, it got changed into the 3. So we can change the values. That is possible in a dictionary. Now how actually we can add the values? So suppose this is there. Now I want to add one more. I want to add a D. This is the key value I want to add, and the value will be 7. So in this particular dictionary, I want to add one more key, that is a D, and the value will be 7. Now if I show you the D, you can see this D got added. So like that actually we can add the value. Suppose I want to add one more E, and that value will be 8 or 9. Now if I'll execute, you can see E got added. So like that we can add a key value pair also in the dictionary. How actually we can update? So suppose this is the dictionary. Now suppose with the help of the update method, we can add one more value. Suppose F I want to add. So how actually I will write? D dot update, D dot update, and in a curly braces, what actually I want to add? I want to have F, and the value will be the 10. This is the one I want to add. Now if I show you the D, you can see app got added. So how actually we can add? With the help of this approach also you can add the key value, or you can use the update method also like this, and that will be added. So these two actually we can use for the adding. Now let's see in a dictionary how actually we can remove. So this is the dictionary. I want to remove any key. So suppose if I write d dot pop only, and if I'll print a D, you can see it is giving me expected at least one argument, right? So what you have to mention? You have to mention the which particular key you want to remove. So if I'll mention like this, and if I'll execute, you can see this one got removed. So like that pop you can use for the removing. Now if you want to delete this dictionary completely, so we have a delete, and D if you'll do, this dictionary will be deleted. Now if you will see D, right, there is a no D. So delete we can use for deleting the complete dictionary. Now let me create another dictionary. So I created another dictionary. Now let's see about the clear command. So this is the dictionary I have. Now if I write d dot clear, if I write, and if I'll execute, now if I'll show you the dictionary, you can see it is empty. But let me create another dictionary like this. Now if I show you the dictionary, we have this dictionary. Now let's see how actually we can loop it. So if you had to loop the dictionary, what actually you can write? If you write for I in D, and if you'll print I, let's see it's working or not. You can see if you will do for I in D and if you'll print I, only the key are printing A, B and C. But we have a values also, right? So for that, what actually you can write? For I, V in D, and if you'll print, you will get error. What we have to write? D dot items, items, D dot items and print IV, then you will be able to access. So whenever you have to loop like this, actually you have to loop. I will represent the key, V will represent the value. So suppose let me write for key value, key val in D dot items. I want to print all the key. You can see I am able to print key, and if I want to print value, I am able to print value. And if you want to print key and value both, you will be able to do like this. Now suppose you want to loop only the values, whatever the value is there, that only you want to loop. How actually you can write that? So instead of d dot item, you can write d dot values. And if you will print only the val, for val in values, and if you will print val, you will be able to print all the values. Similarly, you want to print only the key, then what you have to write? For key in, for I in d dot keys, and if you will print I, only the key will be printed. So d dot items you will use for the both key and value printing, and only for values you want to print, you can use d dot values. Only for the key you can use a d dot keys. So these are the method which you have to remember. So dictionary is order changeable and it doesn't allow a duplicate. And also we have understand like how actually we can add a key value pair using a add method and update method. And also we have learned like how actually we can change the values, how actually we can delete, how actually we can remove the key value from a given dictionary, and also how actually we can loop it. That also we understand. So please do practice. Now let's understand about the string. What is string? String is nothing but it is a collection of a character. So you can see we have represented hello, right? Hello is nothing but it is a string. So how actually we represent the string? With a double quote, with a single quote and the triple quote. Now let's understand when to use a double quote, single quote and the triple quote. So suppose your requirement is like you had to write hello and s. Hellos you have to write. So if you will use a double quote here, this will work. But if you use a underscore s in the single quote itself, this will throw error. So whenever you have to represent the string like this, whenever you have to declare a string like this, then you can go for the double quote and this will work perfectly. Otherwise, you have a if you have to define a single string, then double quote and single quote both will work. But if you have to write like this, right, then go for the double quote. Now when to use a triple quote? So suppose you have a this kind of the paragraph is there. Now that paragraph actually you have to represent, then you can use a triple quote. That will work. If I'll execute, this is working. So like this actually we can represent the string. We can use a double quote, we can use a single quote, and also we can use a triple quote. Now let's understand about the key feature. Strings are mutable. Immutable means we cannot change any value. So once you will declare the string, you cannot change that. That is the first thing. Second is like it is a powerful built-in method for the text manipulation. So string generally we use for the text manipulation, right? So nowadays this NLP and Gen AI which is becoming more famous, right? So for the text manipulation it is very useful. Now it is widely used in a file handling, data processing and the user interface. Now let's see few method, inbuilt method which is available. So we have seen like how actually we can represent the string. So let me create one variable. Variable name is a, and let me write hello world, hello world something I will write. Now what actually I want to do, I want to convert this hello world into the uppercase. Then how actually I can represent? If I'll use a dot upper, this is the method which is available. If I'll do this, you can see this whatever the string is there, that converted into the uppercase. Similarly, suppose you want to convert into the lowercase. Suppose I have a like this hello world something, this kind of the string is there. Now I want to convert into the lowercase. So we have a lower method. So if I'll use b dot lower, it will work. B dot lower, if I'll do, you can see it converted into the a lower case. So with the help of the upper and a lower, we can convert into the lower case or upper case. Now let's see how actually we can remove the white space. Suppose you have a string like this. So let me represent the string hello, and we have a world, and we have a so many spaces. Similarly, before starting, we have a so many space. So this space actually I want to remove. So in starting and end space I want to remove. So we have a strip method which is available. A dot strip if you write and if you execute, you can see this all the unnecessary spaces are there. It will remove that. Similarly, if you use a dot l strip, you can see it removed only the left side. And if you use a dot r strip, it will remove only the right side spaces. But if you use a dot strip, it will remove from the left spaces as well as the right spaces. You can see this is the final output. So we can use a strip method for removing the white space. Now let's see, we have a replace method. So suppose we have a string like this. This is the variable. So if I want to replace this world with a hello only, so how actually I can do? So first you have to write a dot replace. And this one you want to replace, right? So first you have to mention that with what actually you want to replace. So I want to replace this with hello only. Hello. And if I'll execute, you can see this world, right? This got replaced with the hello only. So like this actually we can use a replace for replacing any string. Now let's see about the another method, that is a split method. So suppose you have a string like this, hello world, how are you, something I will mention, how are you, this we have. Now what actually I want to do, if I'll use a dot split, split is one of the method. If I'll use a dot split and if I'll execute, you can see whatever the string is there, right? It got converted into the one list. So when you will use a split, right? So what actually it will do, it will convert your string into the list. So you can see wherever the space is there, right? Based on that actually it converted the list and it converted into the item. So hello is one item, world is one item, comma is one item, how is one item, r is one item, u is one item. So suppose this space is not there, hello world is there. Now you can see hello world it considered together. So wherever the space is there, based on the space actually it is converting that. Now suppose I will mention a dot split and I will mention based on the comma I want to split the whole thing. So you can see this hello world, this considered together, and then based on this how are you, it is considering the second item of the list. So if you are not mentioning anything, by default what actually it will do, it will consider the space and based on that it will split and it will convert into the list. So split is also one of the method that will be helpful if you have to convert the string to the list and you want to perform some operation there. Now let's see about the string concat. So suppose I have a two string, one is the a equal to the hello I will write, and I have another string b equal to the Manish. This is the two string we have. Now if I want to add both, so if I write a dot b, you can see hello Manish is there. So like this actually we can concat two things. So suppose I want a space also, so what I will write, a plus this space and b. If I'll write like this, you can see hello Manish. So like that actually we can combine and we can concat the two string using the plus operator. Now let's see about the f string. F string is also very much important. So suppose, now let's understand about the f string. So suppose I have a one variable name is Manish. Variable name is Manish. Now what actually I want to print? I want to print like this, hello and the name. Whatever the name I am passing, right, that actually I want to pass. So what actually I want, this name, right, this name should represent the Manish. That is what actually I want. If I'll execute this, so you can see it is printing the whole thing, hello name only. But what actually I want, this name actually I want to take from this particular variable. So in this case what actually you can write, you can use a curly braces here. Now here also if you will execute, right, this is considering the hello name only. But what I want, this name actually I want to take it from this variable. So in this that case we can use a f string. So you had to start with the f, then the same thing. Now if you'll execute, you can see hello Manish it is printing. Now let's take a user input. So name I will take a user input. So I will use a input function. What I will put, what is your name, your name. Now user will enter his name, and what actually I want to print hello and the this particular name, hello name. So what actually we'll use a f string because this particular value we want to pass here, right? So like that actually we will represent. Now suppose anyone is, suppose we are executing, so it is asking like to enter your name. So let me write my name Manish. So you can see hello Manish it is printing. Now let me execute once again. I will write Ram, and if I'll execute, you can see it is printing the hello Ram. So like that actually we can use a f string, and it is a important also. Now let's solve few string related coding question. The first question is like write a Python program to check if a string is palindrome or not. So what is a palindrome? So if we will reverse the string and if the output is same like original, then it is a palindrome. So suppose I have a one string, this is the string Malayalam. Now if I will reverse this particular string and if I am getting the same output what is the original, then I will say it is a palindrome. So how actually we can solve this? So what we have to do, first we have to reverse this string. So what I will do, I will create one variable reverse, and what I will do, how actually we can reverse a string. So if you write x like this, and if you will check the reverse, you can see it will reverse. So suppose this is a hello. Let's take first hello. Now if you will see this when I am using this, right, so it is reversing the string, and this is the output I am getting. So what I will check, if x equal to the rev, then we will say print palindrome. It means it is a palindrome. Otherwise else print not palindrome, not. So if I'll execute this, so you can see hello is not a palindrome, right? So but suppose Malayalam, let's try to check Malayalam. Lama. If I'll execute, it is a palindrome because if you reverse Malayalam, you will get the same output. Means it is a palindrome. So like that actually we can solve. So here we are using an inbuilt method, right? So suppose you had to solve using a for loop. So how actually you can solve this question using a for loop? So what I will write, we'll declare one variable. Let's try to reverse this for I in x, and I will write a equal to the I plus a, and after that we will print a. You can see after reversing also we are getting the same output. So this is the code through which actually you can reverse a string. Now I will check the same condition. If x equal to the a, we are it is a palindrome, otherwise no. So you can see it is not a palindrome, right? But let's check about the Malayalam, whether Malayalam is palindrome or not. It is a palindrome. So what you had to do, you had to reverse a string and you had to check. So this is the reversing a string through a for loop, and this is the one line code for the reversing a string, and check if both are same. If both are same, then it is palindrome, otherwise not. And let's solve another question. The next question is like I have to reverse a word of a given string. So suppose Geeks quiz practice code is given, you have to reverse. So first code, then practice, then quiz, and the geeks will come. So you have to reverse the whole string. So that is the question. So let me write. Suppose I have this hello world. Now what actually output I want? I want to reverse this. Means the world and hello I should get. So let me declare this as str1. So how actually I can solve this? So what I will do? I'll create one variable and I will try to split this. I will try to split this. Now if you see, hello and world got separated, right? Hello world, or let me write Manish also. Hello world Manish. Now what actually I want to do, I want to reverse this. So how actually I can reverse this? If I write like this, you can see it is reverse, right? Now we have to convert into the string. So how actually we can convert? So I will write str2. I will use dot join. Join is one of the method, and this actually you can use join. And now if I'll check the str2, you can see Manish world hello, Manish world hello. So what actually this will do, this will reverse the list. Split will convert this string into the list, and what actually we'll have to do, we have to reverse, right? So this is how actually we can reverse the list. And what actually we are doing, we are just joining with the space. This is the space, right? With the space we are joining, so we are getting the output. So like that actually you can reverse a word. The next question is like, I have a given a string, and this is the string which is given. Hello is best. Hello is best is okay. Now let's see how actually we can count the how many time hello is present, and best is present. Means how many time the particular word is present into the given string. So what you have to do, first I will convert into the list. How actually I can convert into the list? So what I will write, s dot split. I will use a split, and I will try to convert into the list. So you can see this got converted into the list, right? Now what I will do, I will try to apply a for loop. I'll declare one dictionary, and I will check for I in D. I'll check D if I in D, then what I will do, di plus equal to the 1. Else if the word is not present, then that particular word we will count as a 1. If word is already present, then what we will do, we will increment by 1, otherwise we will mark it as a 1. Now if I show you the D, for I in L we had to loop L, right? So this would be L. Now you can see hello is present one time, is present two time, best is present one time. So like that actually we can solve. Now our next question is like, write a Python program to remove all the duplicate from a given string. So suppose I have a given one string, hello, hello, something, this string is given. Now we have to remove a duplicate from this. So how actually I can remove? So what I will do, I will declare one string, empty string, and I will try to loop for I in S if I in A, then I will do pass else A plus equal to the I. Now if I'll check the A, you will see it remove all the duplicate, and this is the unique word. So you can see L was 2 time, right? But only one L we got. O is 1 time, only one O we got. H and E, these are the unique word. Whatever the duplicate uh, character was there, right? It removed all the things. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Let's understand what is function in a Python, what are the key benefits, how actually we can create a function, and what are the inbuilt function is available. A function in a Python is a reusable block of code that perform a specific task. Let's understand with one example. So suppose you have got one requirement. What is your requirement? Suppose you have given one list. In this list, what actually you have to do? Whatever the element it contain the list, right? You have to do the sum. So what actually I will do? I'll write a block of code. I'll write a block of code, and this what actually it will do? It will give the sum of all the elements. Means 1 plus 2 plus 3. I will get the output as a 6. So this actually solved my purpose, right? Now next day again I got another list. Now in this again I got a requirement. In this requirement, what actually I had to do? I had to do the sum of all the element which is present into this list. Now for that, what actually I will do? Again I will write the same line of code. What this code will do? It will do a sum of all the element, and it will give me the result. Now next day again I got the another list. Now what actually I had to do? I had to write the same line of code again, so that it will do a sum of all the element, and I will get the output. So you can see what actually I am doing. I am writing the same code again and again, right? So instead of doing this, what actually we can do, with the help of some function, what actually we can do, we can create one function, and whatever the line of code is there, right? So this line of code I will write here. I'll create one function. I'll write a line of code. what this line of code will do, it will do a sum of all the element which is present into the list. Now next time whenever anyone is giving me the new list, so instead of writing the this line of code again and again, what actually I can do, I can directly call the function. I'll only call the function, and what this function will do, it will do the sum of all the element and it will give me the output. So that is the advantage we get. So in a function, what actually we do, we try to reuse the same code again and again. Instead of writing the same code again and again, what actually we can do, we can create a one function. In that function, we can write that code, and whenever we need it, we will only call the function name and we will get the output. So that is the advantage we get in a function. Now let's see how actually we can create a function. We'll get better idea. So to create a function, suppose you have got one requirement. In that requirement, what actually you have to do, you have to print this hello multiple time. This hello multiple places you have to print hello, and also you have to print task completed. Task completed. This is the requirement you got. Like multiple places you have to print this hello and the task completed. So what actually you have to do, in multiple places you are writing the same print statement and hello and print and task completed, right? So instead of doing that, what actually we can do, we can create one function. So I'll create one function name as a task, and what actually I will do, so how actually we create a function def, and after that you have to give the function name, and after that open and close bracket colon, and whatever the line of code, right? So this is a line of code. This is the line of code I will write here, and that's how actually we can create a function. So we have to start with def function name, open bracket, close a bracket, colon. Now wherever you require, right, wherever you required, what actually you have to do, you only have to call this task. What this task will do, it will print the hello and the task completed. So instead of writing this print hello, print task completed multiple time, what actually we can do, now we will only call the task, and what this task will do, this will print hello and the task completed. Now suppose I have to print here also hello and task completed. So instead of writing print hello and print task completed, what actually I will do, I'll only call the task and it will give me the output. So that is the advantage we get in a function. What actually we do, whatever the block of code we have to reuse multiple places, right? We create a function, and whenever we need it, we only call with the function name and we got the output. That is the advantage we get in a function. So this is how actually we create a function. Now let's see what are the few inbuilt function which is available and which we are using, right? So if you'll see, suppose you have given one list. Now in this list you have to find out the sum of all the elements. So what actually we do, we write sum and we pass the list, and what actually it will do, it will give me the sum of all the element which is present into the list, right? So if you'll see, this sum is nothing but a, this is nothing but a, it is a function. What actually it is doing, it is giving me the sum of all the element, means group of code is written, and what this group of code is doing, it is doing me the sum of all the element. So suppose you have to find out the what is the maximum element from the given list. So if I'll call the max, it will give me what is the maximum element. So what is max? Max is nothing but it is also one of the function. In that function, what actually happening, one code is written, and what this code is doing, it is finding out the what is the maximum element from the given list. Similarly, we have a mean, right? What this mean is doing, mean is also a function. What this mean is doing, it is finding out what is the minimum element from the given list. So like that we have a multiple inbuilt function is available. Now let's see how actually you can write your own code. You have to create your own function, and what this function will do, this will find out the sum of all the element which is present into the given list. So that is your requirement. So how actually we can create a function. So I'll create one function, addition or something, or I will give the name as a summation. I am creating one function summation. You can give any name, open bracket, close a bracket. Now what actually I will write, I have to find out the sum of all the element which is present into the list. So what actually I will write, how actually we can find out the sum. So I will declare one variable a equal to the 0, and I will loop for I in L, and what actually I will do, a plus equal to the I, and I will return the a, return the a. What actually I am doing, I have written one code. I have written one code summation. I'll pass one parameter L. What this parameter will do? So whenever anyone will pass the list, any list, if anyone will pass, what actually it will do? It will first loop those list, and what actually it will do? It will do the sum with this particular A, and it will give me the output of the A. Now suppose this is the list, right? Suppose anyone has given one list. I have created one summation function. Now suppose anyone has given this list and you have to find out the sum of all the elements. So what actually I will do? I'll only call with the summation L. I'll get the output. You can see 95. Suppose anyone has written, anyone has given this particular list. So what actually I will do? You can see 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7, right? It is doing the sum and it is giving me the output. So I have created one function. What this function is doing? It is looping all the list element and it is finding out the sum, and I am getting the output. Now this function I can call in multiple places. This is similar to the sum. So you can see, right, this sum function, how actually it has written like this. So whenever anyone is passing any list to this particular sum function, it is giving you the output. So here also if I'll show you, you can see sum of L you will do, you will get the 24, and here also if you do summation and L, you are getting a 24. So how this sum function is written? This is how actually it has written, and whenever you are calling, right, it is giving me you the output of this all the elements. It is doing the sum and it is giving you the outputs. That's how actually you can create a function and you can call multiple places. Now let's see, you have a one function max, right? How this max function has written, let's understand. So whenever I am calling this max, right, what actually I am getting? I am directly getting what is the maximum element. So suppose this is the list. What is the maximum from the given list? 55, right? How actually we can create a function like this max? Let's understand. So what actually I will do? I will create one function and I will create a function name as a maximum something I will give name, and what actually I will do? It will contain the parameter. It will contain the parameter, means you have to pass the list here. So what actually I will do? And here I will create a equal to the 0. Equal to the 0. What I will do? I will loop it for I in L. If I is greater than A, then A equal to the I, right? This is the code I will write, and what I will do? I will return A. Now one function I have created. Now whenever you have to call this function, what you have to do? If you write the maximum L, you will get the what is the maximum element which is present into the list, but you have to pass the list also. So suppose list name is 3455. You have to find out what is the maximum from the given list. So if I'll pass the maximum L, you can see what is the maximum element, 55. So I'm getting the output. So suppose 444 is given. Now what is the maximum from here? 444, right? So this max function is written like this only. So this is the code which is written into the max, and whenever we are needed, we are directly calling. So like that actually we create a function, and whenever we need, right, we call this function. So you can create your own function, and whenever you require, right, you can call that function. Now let's see how actually we can pass a parameter in a function. So you can see whatever the function we are creating, right, we are passing a parameter also. So parameter also we can pass. So suppose how actually we can create a function. I am creating one function addition, and how actually we pass a parameter. Under this we pass a parameter A, B and C. Like this we pass. Means you can give any name, right? Now what actually I will do? I will just return A plus B plus C. A plus B plus C. So I created one function addition, and what this function will do? It will take a input of 3 number A, B and C. Means whenever you will call this addition, right, you have to pass the A plus B and C. Suppose A is 10, B is 30 and C is 40. So this actually I am passing. Now whenever I will call this addition, right, what actually it will do? Whatever the number is there, it will do the sum of this all the number, and it will give the output. This is how actually we create a function. This is how actually we pass the parameter. and this is how actually we call the function. So we understand about how to create a function. Now let's understand about the non-keyword argument and the keyword argument. So let's take one example. Let's create one function and we'll get idea about the argument and the key value argument. So how actually we can create a function. A def we have to write. I'm creating one function name as a adder, and after that we have to pass the parameter. This parameter is nothing but this is a argument. So suppose I am passing three argument a, b and the c. Now what actually I want to do? I want to do a sum, return a plus b plus c. So this is the function I have created. What this will do? This will do the sum of a plus b plus c. How actually I can call? If I write adder and 3 plus 4 plus 5, if I'll do, I'll get the output. It will do the sum of this 3 plus 4 plus 5 and I'm getting the output. Now suppose I want to do a sum only plus 3 and 4. Now in this case, if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting a error, adder missing one required positional argument c. So you can see here I am doing a hard coding, like it should contain the three argument a, b and c. But suppose only I have to add this 3 and 4, then it is giving me error. You have to pass the third element also. So in a real time also we are not sure like how many argument we should pass to create a function. During the creation of the function we are not sure. So what we can use a non-keyword arguments to solve this problem. Suppose I will create the same function once again. So what I will give the name as a adder. So previously I was passing a b c, right? So instead of passing that, what actually I can use a non-keyword argument. So what actually I am writing star and args I am writing, and what I will write a code which will do a sum. So I will create one variable first. What I will do, I will loop for I in this args we have passed, right, and a plus equal I, and we will return a, return a. What actually it will do, it will, so my function is ready. What actually it will do, whatever the argument it will pass, it will do the sum. So my function is ready, right? Now suppose I want to do a sum of two elements 3 4, and if I'll execute, I am getting the output 7. Now suppose I want to do add of 5 6 7 8 7. Now if I'll execute, it will do a sum of this all. Means previously we were doing a hard coding, right? A, B, C, only the three argument. Instead of hard coding, what actually we can do? We can use a non-keyword argument. So here we have given the name args, but you can give any name. Suppose I want to give the name as a num, star num. So in this case, what actually happen? For I in num you have to pass, and if you will execute, this will work in the similar way. So if you don't know how many argument that will pass into your function, add a star before the parameter name in a function. So if you don't know how many arguments should pass, you can use a star and you can give any the parameter name, and that's how actually you can use. So that is for the non-keyword argument. So what is a keyword argument? That is a second one. Star args we were using whenever you have a value in the form of tuple, but this no keyword argument, suppose you have a, you're passing an argument that is in the form of a dictionary key value pair, then you will use a keyword arguments. Let's create one function. I will create one function naming something, and I will pass the, we have to represent with the double star, and we have to write the name. You can write any parameter name. I'm writing this. What I will do, I will loop it, because this is in the key value pair, right? Because in the form of the dictionary we use this keyword arguments. So what I will write, for key value in this, what I will do, I will print key and well. How actually we loop dictionary dot items, so it will show both, right? Keywords dot item. Now my function is now ready. So suppose how actually I can call, if I write naming, suppose I will call the name equal to the Manish, and I will call another name as a surname equal to the Tiwari, and age equal to the 28. Like that, the multiple key value I can pass. Now if I'll execute this, you can see it is printing the key and the value. Whatever actually key and whatever the value I'm passing, it is actually printing, because we have written a code like print key and the value. So star arg non-keyword argument. So when you are not sure like how many argument you should pass, then you will go for the star argument. And when to use a keyword argument, whenever you want your input, like that should be in the form of the dictionary. You can see we are passing a value in the form of the key value pair, right? Then we go for the keyword argument. By the name itself you can understand keyword argument means it is a key value pair. Whatever the argument it will contain, right, that will be in the form of the key value in the form of a dictionary. So I hope you got the idea. This is important. Now let's understand about the lambda function in a Python. So till now we have seen like how actually we can create a function in a Python, how actually we can pass a argument into the particular function, and how actually we can get the output. So now let's understand about what is a lambda function in a Python, and it is an important interview question also. A lambda function in a Python is a small anonymous function that can have a multiple argument but only a single expression. It is often used for a short and simple operation. So suppose you have a requirement where you have to create a function which is very short and a simple operation. Now let's take one example. Suppose I have to write a function that will take a two variable and it will do a sum. So it is a simple operation, right? I have to take a two variable and I have to do a sum. So in a function, how actually I will write a code. I'll create a def. I will give the name as a summation, and after that I will take a two output a b. And what I will do, I'll create one variable that will do a sum. So suppose final equal to the a plus b, and I will return final. That will be the sum. Now how actually I will call this with one variable, right? So I will call like this summation, and I will pass the a variable which I want to do. Suppose 5 and 7 I want to do a sum, so I will pass that, and if I'll execute, I'll get the output. So this is a simple operation, right? So what lambda has, if you have a simple expression, now instead of writing this line of code, what actually you can do, you can use a one anonymous function, that is a lambda function. How actually I can get the same output here with the help of lambda? So first you have to declare one variable. Suppose x is the variable. What I will do, I will write a lambda. I want a two input, right? Like this a and b, right? So what I will write, a comma b. This is the input I want. And what expression I want to do, I want to do a sum. So I will write a plus b. That's it. So instead of writing like this line of code, what actually I can do, I can achieve the same result with the help of this code. So what actually I am writing, first I am writing the lambda. After that, what is the input we want? We want a two input, right? So I am taking a b, this is the two input. And what is the expression I want to do? I want to do a sum. So I am writing a plus b. Now how actually we can call, if I write x 5 and 10, and if I'll execute, I'll get the same output. If I write 5 and the 7 like previously, and if I'll execute, I'll get the same output. So if you have a single expression, instead of writing a multiple line of code, what actually you can do, in a single line itself you will get the result. Now let's take another example. Suppose I have a three function. Now what I have to do, I have to do a multiplication of all the three variables. So how actually I will do, I'll create one function in a normal function, multiply something. I want to multiply the three variables. I will write a, b, and the c. And what I will do, I'll create a function like mul equal to the a into b into c. Now what I will do, I will return mul. And how actually I will call, for calling I have to call with the function name, right? I have to call with the function name, so I will write multiply, and I will pass 1 2 into 3 into 4, and if I'll execute, I'll get the output. So instead of writing, this is the simple expression, right? So instead of writing this line of code, what actually I can get, first I have to declare a variable lambda. Three input we want, right? So I will write a comma b comma c colon, what expression we want to do, a into b into c. This we want to do. Now that's it. In one line itself we are getting output. So suppose you have to multiply 3 into 2 into 3 into 4, 2 comma 3 comma 4. Now if I'll execute, you can see I'm getting the same output. So lambda is a one kind of the anonymous function, means you do not have to create a new function. You can use the lambda itself. Lambda is a one of the anonymous function. Whenever you have a simple and the short operation which you want to perform, then instead of creating a new function, what actually you can use, so already lambda is one of the anonymous function that actually you can use. How actually we can create that? First we have to write a lambda, and after that whatever the input you want that you have to write, and what is the operation you want to do that you have to write, then you will get the output. So yeah, that's it in this video. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Now let's understand about the map, filter and reduce in a Python. So it is an important topic and it will help you in your coding also. So instead of writing a multiple line of code to get the same result, with the help of map, filter and reduce, you can get the same result in a single line itself. So let's understand when actually we use a map, filter and reduce one by one. So let's start with the map. Whenever you have to apply a function to the all the element, let's take one use case. Suppose when you need to modify all the element in the list, convert to uppercase or square the number. Suppose this list is given. Now suppose your requirement is like whatever the element is present in the given list, you want to do a square, means all the element you want to apply a some function, then we use a map function. So how map function works? First you have to write a map, and after that you have to pass the function name, after that you have to pass the list. So let's create one function first. What this function will do, it will do a squaring. So what I will write, I am creating one function def square. It will take a input n, and what actually it will return, it will return the square like this. Now suppose I will pass one number, how actually I can call, if I write square and the 5, and if I'll execute, what actually it is doing a square of the 5 and I'm getting the output as a 25. So we have created one function. What this function is doing, it is doing a square of the given number. Now my requirement is like in all the element I want to apply the this function, means all the element I want to do a square. So if you have a requirement where you want to modify all the element in the given list, then you can use a map function. So how actually map function works, you have to write a map, you have to pass the function name. What is my function name? Square is the function name, and I want to apply this into all the element in the given list, so list you have to pass. Now what actually I will do, if I'll execute this, you can see it is creating one object, but I want output in the form of list, right? So I'll write a list, and if I'll execute, you can see what actually it does, all the element, right? 1 square 1, 3 square 9, 4 square 16, I'm getting the output. So what actually we have done, we have created one function and we have one function. What this function does, it does the square of the given number. But in a list we have a multiple elements, right? So all the elements I want to apply this particular function. So what actually I can use, I can use a map function. This map function will apply all the element in the given list, and it will do the squaring, because square is the function we are passing. So instead of, if you will not use a map function, how actually you will solve the same question? So what actually you will do, if you will not use the map function, you will create one more list like this, and after that you will for loop the given list like this, and what actually you will do, you will append and like this, a dot append, and you want to square, right, like this, and finally you will get the output like this. Actually you will apply. So instead of applying the for loop and all, what actually you can do, in the single line itself you can get the same result if you already have a function. So that is the advantage we get in a map function. Now suppose this square function is not given, so what actually I can use, I can also use a lambda function which is available, right? That is an anonymous function. So what actually I can do, the same result I can also use this with a lambda. So what actually I will write, first we have to write map accept one function, right? So what we will pass, we will pass a lambda. Lambda will take one argument and what actually it will do, it will do a squaring, right? It will do a squaring. So what I will write, squaring. Now this is my function name. So instead of creating this function also, you can use a lambda. Lambda is also a function, right? What actually it is doing, it is doing a squaring, and after that is accept the list. Now if I'll execute, it is creating a map object, but I want output in a form of list. List I will pass, and if I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the output. So instead of doing for looping and all, in the single line itself you can get the result. So that is the advantage we get in a map. So whenever you had to apply a function to the all the element in the given list or iterable, you can use a map function. So that is all about the map. Now let's understand about the filter. So filter generally we use select element based on the condition. So suppose I have one use case when you need to remove unwanted values. Suppose I want to filter even number from a given list, means I want to output only the even number. Suppose my list is given, let me create one list, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Now in this given list you can see I have only 6 and the 4 is the even number, right? So I want to filter only the even number and I want to exclude all the other number. So in this case, what actually we can use a filter function. So how filter works? Filter also works in a similar way. What you have to write filter, and after that you have to pass the function name, whatever the function name we have to pass, and after that you have to pass the iterable items like this. And now let's solve this. So what actually I will do, I will create one function and that will find out the even number. So let me create one function, define even, and what actually it will do, return an percentile to equal to the 0. Now what actually I will do, this is the even, so what actually it will do, it will only return the even number. So let's call this function. So if I'll do even and if I'll pass the 3, if I'll execute, you can see I'm getting the false. This is not a correct. So filter only will apply only for the true condition. Now what I will do, I will use a filter. I will pass this even function and I want to apply into the all the list. Created the filter object, right? I want output in a list, so I'll use a list, and if I'll execute, you can see 4 and the 6. So it applied this function to the given list and it is only filtering the even number and I'm getting the output those. Now you should understand the difference between the map and filter. So in a map, what actually happened in the given list or iterable, it apply the condition to the all the element. Whether it is whether condition is true or false, in the both the cases you will get the result. But in the case of filter, if the condition is true, then only you will get the result. So let's take one example. Suppose I have one given list and list contain true and the false value. Now what actually I am writing one function, I am writing one function and it is checking whether n should be equal to the true. So this is the condition I am writing, whether the particular element is equal to the true or not. So when I am applying a map, right, so you can see this true is equal to the true, right, so I am getting a true result, but false is not equal to the true, right, so I am getting the false result. Means it is applying this condition to the all the element is given risk and the output also we are getting for the all the element. But when I am applying the same condition in the with the help of the filter, so whatever the condition, this condition is satisfying only for this true, right? So I'm getting the output only for this true. So in the case of the filter, if the condition is true, then only those result you will get as a output. But when you will apply a map condition, whether the condition is true or false, for both you will get the result. So that you have to remember the difference. Now let's understand about the reduce. Reduce is a sequence to a single value. Suppose when you need to aggregate value like sum, product or find the maximum, then you can use a reduce. So suppose I have given one list, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, something is given. Now what actually I want to do? I want to do the sum of the all the elements. So what actually I can do? I can use a reduce. It will give you the aggregate value. So what I will do? Suppose let me create one function, summation. This is the function I am creating, a b, and what actually it is doing, it is returning the a plus b. Now how actually I can use a reduce, I will use a reduce and I will pass the function name and I will pass the list. And to use a reduce, first we have to import one library. So I will use from func tool, import reduce. reduce. Now if I'll execute this, what actually it is doing? It is doing the sum. 1 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6. So it is applying all the element and it is doing the sum and it is giving you the output. So when you need to aggregate value like sum, multiplication and all, you can use a reduce. Suppose this is the given list and you want to multiply the each element one by one. So what actually I can use? I'll use a reduce, and after that we have to pass the function, right? So what I will use? Lambda. Uh, it will take two element a, b, and I want to do multiplication. So what I will do? A into b. When I want to apply into the all the elements, I will use that. And if I'll execute, what actually it does? It actually multiply all the element and it is giving me the output. If you will not use a radius, what you have to do? You have to loop that, and then you have to apply a multiplication, and then only you have to do a append. So instead of doing this, what actually you can do? You can use a radius and you will get the result. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to learn about the object-oriented programming in a Python. So till now, whatever we have learned in a Python, that was a procedural programming. Now we are going to learn about the object-oriented programming, and this will help you a lot in your programming, because whenever you will work in your real-world application, right, there the importance of the object-oriented programming concept is a very much important, and it will help you organizing your code properly. So you should know the concept of the object oriented programming, that only we are going to learn in this particular video. So let's start. So OOP stand for the object oriented programming. It is a way of writing code that focus on object and classes instead of just action. So before to object oriented programming, whatever we have learned, right, that was a procedural programming. In the case of procedural programming, what actually we do, we only focus on steps or procedure to solve a problem. Code is organized as a list of instruction. Suppose you had to, let's take one example. Suppose you had to do the sum of the three variables. So in this case, what you will do, first you will create one variable, then you will create another variable, then you will create another variable, and then finally you will do a sum of this all the variable. Means step by step we are following, right? So that's how actually we write a code in the case of the procedural programming. Now whenever you will work in a real world application and whenever you have to write like this, right, your code will become a messy. To overcome this, we have a OOPS concept. It focus on object that represent a real world thing. It is code is organized around class and object. So in the case of object oriented programming, we create a one class, and based on this class we create a different object. That's how actually it works. Now we are saying a class and object all the time, right? What is this class mean and what is this object means, we should know. So class is nothing but it is like a blueprint or template for creating a object. Now what is the object? Let's take one example. Let's suppose we have a one object car. An object is the actual car built from a blueprint. Let's take one example. Suppose you are working in a one company that is a car factory and that built a different car. Now we are understanding about the class and the objects, and we are taking an example of a car factory. Now this car factory, they build different cars. So this car is nothing but this is a real entity, right? So object is nothing but this is a real entity that we are saying as a car. Now what is this class? Class is nothing but it is a blueprint. It is a blueprint. Now what this blueprint will contain? This blueprint will contain the properties, and it will contain the action. Now class is nothing but it is a blueprint which contain the property and action. Now based on this class only, we create a different object. Now you are saying like object is car like, but we have a class. Under this class is nothing but a blueprint, and it contain the properties as well as the action, and based on this we can create a different objects. So we can create one object for the, suppose we have a Toyota car. Similarly, based on the property and action, based on this class, we can create another like Tata car. Based on this class only, we can create another car like a Kia car. Like we have a one class that contain the property and action. Means we create one class in a Python, and in this class we define what are the properties, of the object, what is the action it can have, and based on that what actually we do, we try to create a different object out of this particular class. So that's how it works in a object oriented programming. So instead of writing a different function, suppose you are creating one function for the Toyota and you are writing a you are getting the output. Similarly, you are creating another function for the Tata and you are getting output. Instead of doing this, you can create one class. This class will contain the all the property and action, and based on that we can create a different objects and the entity. So that's how actually it works in a real world application. Now class is a blueprint or template for creating an object. It defines the property and action that object will have. Example, think of class as a car design. Car blueprint define property, what car has, color, model, speed, what action it can take, what car can do, drive, brake, honk. It is just a plan or template, it doesn't exist physically. So whenever we say class, right, it is just a blueprint, it is just a template, it doesn't exist physically. Now what is an object? An object is the actual car built from a blueprint. It has a specific value for the property like red Toyota with a speed of 60 km per hour, and it can perform an action like drive, brake. And now let's see how actually we can create a class. So how actually first we write a class, and whatever the class we are creating, right, that name we have to give. In our case, car is the one class we are creating, and after that we define a different property. So this is nothing but we are saying property, right? So we initiate with the def and the underscore init, right? And this will come later, we'll understand in the next video what is constructor, but as of now you understand. First we are defining one, we are creating one class. Under that we are creating a different function. You can say this function is nothing but a method. Now here we are defining a different property, like what is the color, what is the model, what is the speed. Now after that we are defining a different method, like car can drive and car can brake, right? So that's how actually we create a class. So we have created only one class, car, and we have defined the property here, and we have defined the what are the method and what are the action it can take. Now let me execute. Now based on this car we can create an object. How actually we can create an object? I am creating one car one object. I am writing car one, and after that I am calling this car, this class I am calling, and what are the color and model, right? So it is a red color and it is a model is a Toyota I am passing. Similarly I am creating another car too, I am passing, it is a blue color and it is a Honda. Now if I'll execute, and after that I am calling the directly action, car1 dot drive. So you can see car1 got created, it is a red color and it is a Toyota. So I am getting the output, the red Toyota is driving at 60 km per hour. So you can see I have created one function, right? Now this function I am creating the self dot color. This is a color, color is red, the red model is nothing but Toyota. We have created Toyota model. The red Toyota is driving at what speed? Speed is a 60 km per hour, because we have defined the 60 km. Similarly brake, the blue Honda has stopped, the blue Honda has stopped. So like that actually we can create a different, means we are creating one class, we are defining their property here, we are defining their method here, and based on this class we can create a different objects. Like we can create one object for the Toyota, we can create one object for the Honda. So like that actually we can do. So this is how actually it helps us in organizing a code. So why oops? It is easier to manage and organize code for a large project. You can reuse your code, create multiple cars from the same class. It models real world problem more naturally. So I hope you got the idea. So this was a theory from the object oriented programming perspective, but in next video we will do more practical and we'll try to understand each thing one by one. Hello everyone, so in previous video we understand the basic of the object oriented programming. In this particular video with practically we are going to understand about the constructor method, how actually we create a class and how actually we create a object. So in a Python, how actually we can create a class? First you have to write the class, and after that you have to mention the what is the class you want to create. Suppose I want to create one demo class, so I will mention the name, after that colon, after that you write your code. So that's how actually we create a class in a Python. Now if you had to call this, if you had to create an object, how actually you can create an object? Suppose I want to create an object one car. So based on this demo, I want to create one object car. So like that actually we create a object. So you can create a multiple object like car1 equal to the demo like that. So that's how actually we create a class and object in a Python. Now let's understand about the method and then we'll come to the constructor. So what is the method? Method is nothing but it is like a function. So we understand about the function, right? How actually we create a function. So under this class, whatever the function you will define, right? And that is nothing but a, we call it as a method in object oriented programming. So what you have to write first I will write a declare one class demo. This is the class I am creating. And after that, what actually I will do, I'll create one function. This function is nothing but a method only in a Python in a object oriented programming. So I'll create one function name as a val, and after that you have to pass the self is the keyword which you have to pass in object oriented programming whenever you will create a method. And after that, what I will do, I'll just print a 10. So I'm creating one method val and I'm just printing the 10 as of now. Now let's see how actually we can create an object from this particular class. So how actually you create a object. First you have to write the object name demo1. I want to create one object based on the class. So I will pass the demo is the class, right? Now if I'll execute, you can see nothing is happening, nothing got printed. Now let me, what actually I will do, based on this object I'll call this method. How actually you can call the method demo1 dot val. If I'll write and if I'll execute, you can see the 10 got printed. So that's how actually we create a class in a Python. That's how actually we declare a method in a class, and that's how actually we create an object in a Python, and this is how actually we call the method whenever you have to call. Now one thing you have to remember. Now suppose I am declaring one variable here. I am declaring one variable a equal to the 10. Now this a you want to call here, this a you want to print here. Now if I'll execute, what actually I am doing, I have defined one variable a equal to the 10, and this a equal to the 10, right, whatever the variable that actually I want to call into my method. So I am printing this a. Now if I'll execute, it will give me one error, a is not defined. So what you have to do, what is the use case of this self? Whenever you want to call variable, right, you always have to call with the self.a. Once you will call self.a, now if you will execute, now it will be printed. So whenever you have to call any variable into the method, always remember we use a self keyword. That is the thing you have to remember. Now suppose I will create another method, and what I will print, I will print a hello, and this is just I want to print. Let me give this name as a. So I created one object demo1. I am calling the class and I'm calling only one this method. Now suppose I want to call this method also. So how actually I can call? If I write demo1 dot valso1 1, and if I'll execute, you can see this a10 is printed and this hello also got printed. So that's how actually we can create a class, we can create an object, and we can call the method. Now come to the constructor. So till now we have understand about the class, how to create a method. Now let's understand about the constructor. So constructor, it is a special method within a class that gets automatically called whenever object is created. It is a special method only. So constructor is nothing but it is a kind of the one of the method only. But in this case, in the case of the constructor, what happens, you don't need to call the method, it will get automatically called. So that is the thing. In this case, you can see, right, we have defined the class. Whenever we are creating object, nothing is getting printed. Whenever I will call this method, then only this value is getting printed, right? But in the case of the constructor, you do not need to call the method itself, it will automatically get called whenever object is created. So let's see, let's take one example how constructor works. So first you have to define the class. So let me define the class name as a demo, and after that what I will do, I'll create one constructor. So how to create a constructor? It is a def, because this is also one of the method, underscore init. So that's how actually we represent the constructor. After that you have to mention the self is mandatory in a case of the class. Okay, now after that, suppose I am printing hello something, hello world. This actually I am printing. Okay, so what actually I have done, I have created one class, I have created one constructor. This init, with init whatever the function you will write, right, that is nothing but it is a constructor. Now let me create this also, one of the method also under this. Let me create another method also. I created one method also. Now let's see, whenever I will create an object, now I will create one object. So I will create one object name as a d1 and I will call the this particular class. Based on this I will create object, right? So this is nothing but I am creating one object. Now if I'll execute this, now you can see hello world got printed. Even though I haven't called this method, it is automatically got called and it is getting printed this hello world. So constructor is a one of the method only, but whenever you will create an object that will automatically get called. So that is a constructor. But in the case of the this value, right, this method, in this case what actually you have to do, you have to call this method, that only then only it will get printed. So let me print 10 something. You can see 10 got printed. So that's how actually it works in the case of the constructor. Now let's take another example. In this case what we will do, we will pass a parameter also. So what I will do, previously I was only printing the hello world, right, but I will pass few parameter also, a and b. Now how actually you can call this a and b? So for that you have to use self dot a equal to the a. That's how actually you have to declare self dot b equal to the b. Now you can print the self dot a and the self dot b. Now this self dot a I want to call into this method also. So how actually I can call, if I write self dot a, this will be called. So what actually I am doing, I am creating one constructor and I am declaring two parameter also. So for that you have to first declare like this, self dot a equal to the a, self dot b equal to the b, and after that I am just printing that. And in a method also I have created, and in that method I am calling this particular variable whatever we have created. Now let's try to create a object. So whenever I will create object, so suppose I am creating one object demo. Whenever I will create one object, you you can see it is giving error because we are passing also to variable, right? So that also you have to pass. So I'll write 10 and the 30. Now whenever I will create object, you can see this automatically get called and it got printed. Even though I am not calling this init, automatically it got called and it got printed. Now if I'll do d1 dot well, so then only this value will be printed. So in the case of the construction, you don't need to call, it will automatically get called whenever object is created, but in the case of the method you have to explicitly call. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the inheritance. Inheritance is one of the concept of object oriented programming that allows one class to reuse the property and method of another class. What is inheritance? It allows one class to reuse the property and method of another class. So suppose you have a two class. First class is class A and the second class is class B. In a class A I have defined one method val. Similarly in a class B I have defined one method val1. Now my requirement is like whatever the property and method which is available in a class A, right, that I want to have in a class B also. So instead of again writing this all the method in a class B, what actually we can do, we can use a inheritance object. So in the case of inheritance, what actually we can do, in the child class, so this is a child class, you can inherit the property of a parent class. So suppose this is a parent class, so whatever the property which is available into this class A, right, I can inherit it by using the inheritance method. So how actually we can define a class? First you have to write class name, and you want to inherit this class property, right? So you can use this particular class name. Now what actually I will do, now in this case you have to create only one object, that is a B. So suppose you have created one object name as a obj, and this particular class you have to call B. Now from this object you can call this method also, object1 dot val1. If I write, I can call this method that is available in a class B, but you can also call the whatever the method is available in a class A also. So in a class A we have a val method, right? I can call that also. You can see val method. So what actually we are doing, we are inheriting the property and method which is available in a class A into class B. So that is the inheritance concept. So instead of writing again this all the code, what actually we can do, we can use the inheritance concept. In that case, you have to create only one object, and from that object you can inherit the property from another class also. So that is the inheritance concept. Now let's see about the multi-level inheritance. Multi-level inheritance. In a multi-level inheritance, what actually we can do, we can inherit the property from one class to another class. So in this case, you can see only we had a two class. One is the class A, second is the class B. From a parent class, we were inheriting the property in a child class. Now suppose you have a three class. This is my first class, class A. Similarly, I will define another class. Similarly, I will define another class. So I have defined a three class. The first class name is a class A, then B, then C, and this I will give the val 3. Now what actually I want to do, whatever the property of class A I want to inherit into the B. So what actually I can write, class B, open a bracket, and you can write A. Similarly, whatever the properties available in a B, right, so I want to inherit into the C, so I can write a B. Now when I am writing this class C and B, right, so this class C is having a property of class B, and this class B is having a property of class A. Means I will create only one object. Suppose I will create only one object, that is a C, and I can inherit the property of a class B, and the class B already having property of class A. So if I write object 1 dot val3, I will be able to call this method. You can see val method, and let me give val3 method. Now suppose I will write object dot, this method also I can call. So let me call val4, object dot val4. You can see this method I am also able to call. Now from this object itself, I can call this method also. If I write object dot val, you can see I am able to call that also. In this case, what actually happening, this class C is having a class B is inherited the property of class A, and class C inherit the property of a class B. So in a multi-level inheritance is happening. So that is the concept of a multi-level. Similarly, we have a multiple inheritance concept. What actually we have, we also have a multiple inheritance concept. Now in this case, what actually we do, suppose we have a three class. Suppose we have a three class. In a class C, what actually I want to inherit the property of class A and B. So what actually I can write, class C, I can write A and B. So what actually I am saying, in a class C only I want to inherit the property of a class A also and the class B also. So this is a multiple inheritance concept. Now in this case also, what actually we can do, we only have to create one object for this class, and we can inherit the property of class A also and class B also. If I'll execute, you can see it is working. In the case of the multiple inheritance, what actually was happening, in a multi-level inheritance, one class is having a one class inherit the property of another class. Similarly, another class inherit the property of another class. So in a multi-level inheritance is happening. But in the case of the multiple inheritance, one class inheriting the property of from multiple classes, like from class A also it is inheriting, from class B also inheriting. So that is a multiple inheritance. I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, you will get a better idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the encapsulation. Encapsulation is one of the important concept of object oriented programming, so you should know about the encapsulation. So let's understand. So it is very simple. With the help of the encapsulation, we can restrict direct access to method and variable. So in object oriented programming, we create a class like this, right? We create a class, we define a variable, we define a method. Now in a Python, by default, what happens, whatever the variable and whatever the method you are defining, right, that is a public access, means outside of the class also you can access that. So suppose I will create one object equal to the car, and if I'll do object dot a, and if I'll execute, you can see I am able to access this particular variable. Now but what actually I want, whatever the variable I am defining, suppose this variable name is balance and this is the employee balance. Now this actually I want to restrict this, I want to make it private so that outside of the class no one can override this. So what actually I can do with I can use the encapsulation concept. So how actually I can make this balance as a private? So what you have to use underscore underscore and the particular variable name. Now if I want to access this particular variable outside like this, you can say I will get error because this is now private. Previously whatever it was there, right? If I write balance and if I'll access this, I'm able to access. This was a public access, public variable. But if I'll make underscore underscore, now if I will try to access this, it will give me error. Like it is a car object has no attribute underscore underscore balance. So like that actually we can make any variable private so that the outside of no one can override it or modify it. So that is the use of the encapsulation. So if you are working in any sensitive data like employee balance or you are working in a banking system, there the balance and the account that are very sensitive data, right? So you don't want to modify that particular detail. So what actually we do with the help of the encapsulation, we make it as a private. So like this actually we can make the variable as a private. Now but suppose this particular variable you want to access, so how actually you can access? Because you can see object dot underscore underscore balance I'm writing, I'm getting error, but how actually I can access this? So what actually you can do, inside the method you can access this private variable. Suppose if I write print underscore underscore balance. Now if I'll do object dot, I'll call this particular method only well, and if I'll execute, I'm getting error. How actually we can do self? We have to write self, right? That we have to remember. Self dot underscore underscore balance. If I'll execute, you can see I'm able to access. So whatever the private variable you are defining, right? Inside the method in a same class, actually you can access like this. But outside of the object, you can't access and you can't modify. So that is the use of the encapsulation. So like that, actually we can make any variable as a private. Now let's take another example. I'll take an example how to make this particular method as a private. So I'll create one more class car, and what I will do, I'll create one method. Uh, Let me create one instruct underscore underscore self, and I will just write pass something, and I will create a one method well self, and what I will do, I will write print hello, print hello, like this. Now what I will do, I will create one object equal to the car. We are creating an object. Now this particular method you want to access, right? How actually we can access? If I write object dot well, I will be able to access because this is a as of now public, but this particular method is as of now public, right? But I want to make it as a private. I don't want to access outside. So underscore underscore here also if you write. Now if I will try to access outside, you can say I will get error underscore underscore. So like this actually we can make this also as a private. But suppose this method you want to access, how actually you can access that? So what actually we'll do, we will call this particular method self dot underscore underscore well. This particular thing we will call here. We will initialize this particular one, and now if I will try to execute, you can see I am able to access that. So inside the method, actually we can initialize this particular method, private method. You can see this we are calling here, right? So whenever we are creating object, this is getting called and it is printing the hello. So inside the method you are able to access, but outside of the object you can't modify it. So that is the use of the encapsulation. So what is encapsulation? With the help of the encapsulation, you can make any variable private. Also, you can make any method also private. Now we have understand like with the help of the encapsulation, we can restrict the access. But there are two level of restricting the access. One is the protected, second is the private. So we were using underscore underscore, right? And if I'm writing underscore underscore, this is nothing but this is a private. But if you write a underscore a only one time underscore a, this is nothing but this is a protected one. This is a protected one. Now, what is the difference between the protected versus a private? So, whenever we are defining as a private, then what actually happened? It can only be accessed inside the class. So, inside the class only we are able to access that. But in the case of the protected, right, it can be accessed inside the class and subclass. So, suppose you have a one class, and after that also we have a you have a one more class that you have inherited. So inside the class and subclass also you can access that in a protected one. But in the case of the private, inside the class only you can access that. So these two things you have to remember. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand the difference between the iterable versus iterator, and this is an important interview question also. So you should know the difference. So let's start with the iterable. An iterable is any object that can return its element one at a time. Example of iterable are, we have a list, we have a tuple, we have a string, we have dictionary, right? These are the example of a iterable. And this all the iterable, right? We can loop it, we can iterate it. So that is nothing but a iterable. Let's take an example of list. So I created one list. It contains the multiple elements. So whenever you will create this list, right, this will get stored in the memory itself. Now if I want to access the element, if I do for I in lst, I am able to access the element one by one. So that is a iterable. Now come to the iterator. So iterator are subset of a iterable only. Iterators are a subset of a iterable only, but value cannot be accessed at the same time, as they are not stored in memory at once. In the case of iterable, all the as soon as you create a list or any iterable, right, this all the value are stored in the memory itself. But in the case of iterator, the value cannot be accessed at the same time, as they are not stored in the memory at once. So that is the main difference between the iterable versus iterator, and that you should know. Now this is a iterable. Now how actually we can convert this iterable into the iterator? So if I'll do lst1 equal to the iter is one method. With the help of that, you can convert any iterable into the iterator, and this iterator are the subset of a iterable only. So what I have done, I have used iter method. I am passing lst. Now if I'll execute lst1, if I'll do lst1, you can see this list got converted into the iterator, means we have converted into the iterator. Now how actually we can access the elements? Because it is saying like value cannot be accessed at the same time, all the value, because they are not stored in the memory at once. So in the case of iterator, values are not stored in the memory at once. So whenever you will call the next method, right? So when we have a one next method, if I'll do lst1, in this case you can see we are getting 1 because the first element is 1, right? Now if I'll do again, now you can see the next element is 3. Now if I'll execute again, now you can see I'm getting the 4. Whenever you are calling the next method, right, on that time only, whenever you are taking action, whenever you are calling the next method, on that time only the memory is getting initialized and it is getting stored in the memory. So that is the difference in the case of the iterator. But in the case of iterable, all the value are stored in the memory and that can be accessed at any time. But in the case of iterator, until and unless you call the action, the memory will not get initialized and it will not store. So that is the main difference between the iterable versus iterator. And how actually we can call the iterator, and with the help of next, right, 5 and 6. Now you can see all the element it access, but after that if I will do again, right, it will throw me error. That is a stop iteration error. So how to handle this stop iteration? So what actually you can do, you can loop it. So whatever the iterator you have created, right, this actually we can loop it. If I'll do for I in lst1, and if I'll do print, you can see iterator also, you can see I am able to access that. So but you can see, right, when we are using a next, right, at the last actually it is giving a stop iteration, but when you will use a for loop, actually this will automatically handle this stop iteration. So this loop actually you can use in a iterator also. So what is the difference between the iterable versus iterator? Iterator differ from iterable in how they handle the data. Instead of holding all the elements in a memory, an iterator calculate or retrieve each element as needed. Now when to use iterable versus iterator? So whenever you will be having a iterable, right? So suppose you have a millions of the data. So in this case, what will happen? Everything will get stored in the memory, even though you are not using all the values. But in the case of iterator, until and unless you will call the action, right, then only the memory will get initialized. So from a memory saving perspective, these iterators are very much important. So that is the difference actually you should know. So with the help of the iter method, we can convert any iterable into the iterator, and iterator are a subset of a iterable only, that you should know. So I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone. So in this particular video, we are going to understand about the Python module. It is an important topic from a developer perspective also, because whenever you will work in a production environment, right, there this Python module will help you a lot. So you should know about the module. So let's understand the Python module. So I have one of the scenario. Let's understand that scenario. Then we will come to the practical part where actually we use a Python module. So let's understand with the scenario. Suppose you are a developer and you are working in one of the application, and this application you are building in a Python file. So what actually you will do, generally you will create a.py Python file. In that Python file only you will write a different kind of the function, you will write a different kind of the classes, you will declare different kind of the variable based on the business scenario. So whatever the business problem we are solving, right, based on the scenario, what actually we will do, we'll try to create a different function, we'll try to create a different classes and the variable, and we will try to solve the problem. Now over a time, whenever you will work in a production environment, right, you will observe, you will work on the different kind of the functionality. Now suppose you are working on the different kind of the functionality and you are using the same file. So over a time, what actually it will happen, your code will grow a lot. Now suppose you are keep on working on the same file and you are writing a different kind of the code, and suppose it became a 1000 line of code you have written. Now suppose anywhere it is failing, you are getting an error. Now from debugging perspective also it will be very difficult to, because you have to read 1000 line of code, because all the codes are available into the single a.py file only. So in this case, what actually happening, my code is keep on growing, and in this case my whatever the file, whatever the code I have written, right, that become unorganized, because I have created a single file and all the code actually I am writing into the same file itself, and it will become a difficult from a debugging and from managing perspective. So instead of writing into the same file, what actually we can do, we can use a module concept. So what is module concept? You can create another file. I can create another file b.py, and some kind of the functionality I can write into this particular file. What actually I can do, I can create one more file b.py, and here I can write a few lines of the code, and whenever we require this, right, b.py, whatever the code functionality we required, we can use a module. So what actually we can do, we can import that particular file and we can use whatever the functionality I have written into this particular file. So that is the use of the module. So what actually we can do, instead of writing the same code in one single file, what actually we can do, we can break it and we can create a multiple files, and whenever it's required, right, we can import it with the help of the module. Help of the module. So that is the concept of the module. Let's do a practical, we'll get a better idea. So I hope you understand about the scenario. Now in a Python we have a few inbuilt function also available from a module perspective. I'll give example of one of the module, that is a math. So how actually we import a module, we write a import and whatever the file name like module name. So in this case we have a inbuilt math. This math is nothing but this is a module, one of the module. So this is a inbuilt Python function. So here what actually happening, in Python itself they have written one file. In that file all the kind of the maths related functionality is written on that particular file. Now whenever we have to call, right, what actually we'll do, we'll import math, and suppose you have to do a square. So what actually square root you have to find out. So if I'll do math dot square root 4, so you can see I'm getting 2. Similarly if I have to find out math dot factorial 5, if I'll do, I'll get the 120. Means all the maths related functionality is written into this maths file, and whenever we require, right, what actually we are doing, we are just importing, and with that importing we are just calling the method and we are getting the output. So that is the use of the module, and this is so very much important also. But in this case whatever we have taken example, right, this maths is the inbuilt. Now how actually we can create our own file and how actually we can use, let's try to understand. So what actually I will do, I'll create one file. So how actually we can create a file? I'll come to my folder. I'll click on the new. I'll create one file, new file, and I will give the name as a module.py. Any name you can give. Let's give a.py. So this is the file actually I'm creating. Make sure you are writing into the .py. .py is a Python extension, and whatever the Jupyter we use, right, that is a ipynb. So don't use ipynb. We use a.py. Now this is the particular file I have created. Now let me open this particular file and I'll write few functionality. So suppose let me write a one function here. So I open this a.py. I'll write one function. I'll give the name as a addition. This addition, what actually will do, it will take a 3 input or 4 input, and what actually it will do, it will return a multiply, let's do a multiply, no, a plus b plus c plus d. So I created one function addition and it is doing the sum. Similarly, let me create another function, a multiplication something, multi. I'll give multi name, and what actually it will do, it will multiply a into b into c into d. Now let me create a few variables also. Let me create a variable name as a e equal to the 10. So I have created a function, I have created a one variable also. Let me save it. So now what actually happening, I have this particular file a.py. Here I have written few lines of the code. I have written few lines of the code. Now what actually I have to do, this particular a.py, right, I have to call into my this particular notebook because I want to use it like this maths module. So how actually I can do, I have to import, right? So I will write import. What is the file name? File name is a, right? So I will write import a. Here what actually we were doing, import math, right? But what actually my file name is a, so what I will write, import a. Now after that, what actually we can do, whatever the functionalities available into this particular file, right, like addition is there, so I can call that particular method. So I will write addition, and if I write four 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 thing we have to pass, right, parameter. If I'll do this, it is giving me one error. What is the error? It is saying a return. So you can see in a.py, right, this spelling is mistake, so let's correct this. It's a return. It's a return. Let me save it again. So now if I'll execute this, you can see what actually it is doing. It is doing the sum of this all. Now if I'll do a dot multi, multi is also function which is available, right, into that particular file. Let me see what is the name, multi. So if I'll do a dot multi, and if I'll pass 4 parameter 1 3 4 5, what actually it will do, it will try to multiply all these 4. So what actually I have done, I have created one file, there all the functionality actually I am writing. Now this particular file, whatever the functionality is available into a, right, I can call anytime with the help of the import module. I can import that particular file and I can use the functionality. So that is the use of the module. In a Python itself, we have a different kind of the inbuilt module available, like maths, we have a OS, we have a random. So these other things are already available, but suppose you have to create your own file and you have to call, so you can call it like this. So now in this a, right, we also declare one variable e. So if I'll do a dot e, you can see I'm able to call the variable also. Means whatever the class, whatever the variable, whatever the function you are written into this particular file, right, you can call here with the help of the import. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, you will get a better idea. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the OS module. It is a very much important and widely used module, and it is a inbuilt module which is available in a Python. So let's understand. So the OS module in Python allows you to perform tasks such as file directory manipulation. When I am saying file and the directory manipulation, is like, suppose you have a, your requirement is like you had to create 100 of the folder, then what actually you can use, you can use a OS module. It will help you to create 100 of the folder at a time with the help of the Python code. Suppose your requirement is like you have to delete that 100 folder which is available, so what actually you can do, you can use a OS module. Suppose your requirement is like in the particular folder you have a multiple files and that file you had to delete, so what actually you can use, you can use a OS module. So this OS module help you for the file and the directory manipulation. All the kind of the files and the directory related manipulation, this will help you. So let's understand with the example. So let's start. Suppose you want to know on which particular directory you are in currently. So how actually you can do? You can use OS module. So for that, first you have to import that. What you will write? Import OS. You want to know on which particular directory you are. So what actually you? os.get cwd. If you'll do this, and if you'll execute, so it will tell me I am currently in this particular folder, like Python practical. This is a particular folder, and in this particular folder, whatever the activity and whatever the notebook I will create, right, this will be created into this particular folder. Now if I'll show you, this is the Python practical, right? Here only I am. Now what is my requirement is like, suppose I want to create a new directory. So how actually I can create a new directory? Dot make directory, and if I'll do in this particular directory, where I am, right, I want to create a new directory. So if I'll do copy this, and I want to create a directory name as a data. So this is the particular directory I want to create. So if I'll do this, and if I'll execute, one directory will be created. Now if I'll go to this location, now if I'll refresh it, you can see one directory got created. This data directory got created. Now currently I am in this particular directory, but suppose I want to go into this particular directory where this data directory is there, right? So how actually I can go into another directory? So if I'll do os dot change directory chdir, and the directory name, if you'll mention, you will go into that particular directory. And if I'll execute this, you can see directory got changed. Now if you'll execute this, get current directory, you can see now currently you are in this data directory. So you can create a new directory, you can change the directory, you can know on which particular directory currently you are. Now you want to know currently I am in this particular directory, right? So currently on which particular directory I am? Currently I am in this particular directory. Now if you want to know what are the files available into this particular directory, so if I write list directory, if I'll execute, so at now in this particular directory no file is available. Now what I will do, I'll go back. I will go into the this particular directory. I will go into this Python practical directory, and I want to know what are the file which is available into that particular directory. So how actually I can do that? So I'll write a code. So currently I'm in this particular directory. I want to go into this Python practical directory, and I want to know what are the files available. So first we had to change the directory, right? So what I will write, ch directory I want to change. I want to go into the which particular directory? I want to go into the this Python practical directory. You can see I am currently in this particular directory. Now if I'll show you on which particular directory I am in. So if I'll do os dot get cwd, get current working directory. So you will get to know I am currently in a Python practical because I have changed the directory. Now if I want to know what are the files available into this particular directory, list directory, if I'll write, if I'll execute, you can see it will show me what are the files available into this particular directory. Now I can loop this particular directory. I can go into the particular file. I can select that file, and I can read the particular information from this particular file. Similarly, your requirement is like you want to remove any file, so you can do that. So currently in this particular directory, these are the files is available. So now this also I can loop it because this is nothing but this is giving me information in the form of list, right? So if I'll write for I in list directory and print I, if I'll do, I will be able to loop all the files. So you can see I am able to loop all the file which is available here. So these are the files is available. So this will help you. So suppose your requirement is like to create a directory, to remove a directory, to list the directory, what are the files available, to remove the file from the particular directory. So this will help you. Now suppose you want to remove any particular file. So suppose in this particular directory, if you will see, if I'll do os.list directory, these are the files available. Now your requirement is like you want to delete any file. Suppose this a.py, this particular file I want to remove. So what I can write, for I in os.remove, if I equal to the, I'll give a condition a dot py. If in this directory this particular file is available, I want to delete that. So what I will write, os dot remove. If you'll do, that particular file will be deleted. Os dot remove I. If I'll do, now if I'll execute, you can see it is executed. Now if I'll do os dot list directory, a dot py should not be available. List directory, if I'll do, that a.py file is not available because that file we have deleted. Now here also a.py file is not available because that file we have deleted. So like that you can write a multiple condition. You can go into the particular directory. You can see what are the files available. You want to delete any file, you can delete that with the help of os.remove. Even you want to remove any directory, that also you can do. So means any kind of the file and the directory manipulation you can do with the OS module. So try to explore this module. This is a very helpful in a Python perspective. Hello everyone. So in this particular video we are going to learn about date and date time function in a Python. This is a very useful and important also, because suppose you are working in any data analyst project and there your requirement is like you have to get current date or last 7 days data, what is the last month data. So in that case we have to calculate the last week data, last month of data. So in all the case we use a date time function, or we get a suppose any requirement where we have to convert string to the date formats. So how actually we can convert string date to the date format? In that case also this date function will help you a lot. There are so many use cases around this date and date time function which you should know, that actually we are going to discuss. So let's understand one by one. Suppose how actually we can import it. First we have to import from date time, import date. Now suppose you have to calculate the current date. So what actually you have to write, date dot today. If you write date dot today, it will give you the what is the current date. So first you have to import from date time, import date, and if you write date dot today, it will give you the what is the current date. So you can see 2nd February, 17th February, right? This is the current date. Now suppose you have to make some custom date. So how actually you can make a custom date? So whatever the date we have imported, right? So that date you have to mention. After that the year you can mention. After that month you have to mention, and the date you can mention. If you write like this, you can create your custom date also. If I'll execute, you can see this is the date. So if you want to know the current date, date dot today, if you write, you will get the current date. If you have to create the specific date, custom date, what you have to write, first you have to write date, under that you have to pass year, month and the date, and you will get the corresponding date. Now comes to the next one, that was for the date. Now suppose you have to create a date time where you want to include date as well as the hourly, like what is the hour time, what is the minute time, what is the second time, right? So in that case what we have to write, we have to import the date time. So from date time we have to import a date time, and if I write now equal to date time dot now, if I write date time whatever we have imported, right? If I write date time dot now if I'll execute, this will give you what is the current date as well as the timing. You can see 15th hour, 19 minutes, 3 second. It will give you all the details. So for the date, how actually we were doing, we have imported a date library from the date time, but for the date time what we have imported, we have imported a date time, and if I write date time dot now, it will give you in the current date as well as the hourly, weekly and everything. Now suppose you have to create a specific date time. So what you will write, first you will mention date time, and after that you have to mention first year, month, date, and after that hourly, monthly and the second, right? Everything you have to mention, and after that if you will execute, you will get the custom date time whatever you want to create. If you want to know the current date time, dot now will help. If you have to create a specific date time, like that actually we can create. Now suppose we have to format a date and time, like we want to format into the uh, year, month and the date, hourly, monthly and second. Now if I'll do, so what actually I am writing, now dot strf time. Now if I'll execute this, I think formatted date. Now you can see I am getting the time. You can see this is in properly year, month and the date, and after that it is coming like this. Now if I'll make this dash to the slash, right? That slash also I can make. If I'll make this slash, now if I'll execute, you can see it got converted into the slash. So like that, the custom date also you can convert, means you can format it. You suppose this, instead of slash you want to make a the dash, right? You can make it like this. So this all the formatting also we can do. Now the main important thing is like how to convert string to the date time, and this kind of the scenario generally occurs whenever we work in a real time, right? So suppose you have a one table, in that table you have a date column, and you have to convert into the you have a date column but string data is coming, you have to convert string into the date. How actually you can do? So in this case I have taken one scenario. This is the one date time we have. This is a nothing but it is a string. If I'll show you, the type of this will be the string. So okay, now what we have to do, we have to convert into the date time. So what we have to write, whatever the date time we have imported right previously, we have one of the function strp time. What we have to write, after date time dot strp time, and after that you have to pass whatever the date you have and which particular format you want. If you will do this, it will convert string into the date. So this was a type string. If I'll print, if I'll print of this date string, if I'll print a date type of a date string, type of a date string, this will be a string. Now let me again print this type of this past date time. If I'll execute, previously it was a string, right? Now it got converted into the date. So like that actually we can convert. So what we had to use, we have to use date time dot strp time. After that you have to pass whatever the date you want to convert into the specific format, right? That you have to mention. In that case string will convert into the date time. Now next is the some arithmetic operation. Like suppose you have a today, like how actually you will calculate the current date. We have a date dot today, right? If I'll write a date dot today, how actually we'll calculate today. If I'll write date dot today, it will give you me what is the current date. Okay, so what I will do, I will save into this today, like this. Now in this today I have to add a 5 more days. What is the next what will be the next 5 days if I'll add that? So what actually we can do, we can use a time delta method. So we have to import from date time, import date time delta. What we have to import from date time, we have to import time delta. From date time we have to import time delta. Now if I want to add a 5 days, so what I write, today dot time delta 5. If I'll execute, you can see what will be the next 5. So today is 70, right? If it will plus 5 days, so it will be a 22. Now similarly I want to minus 5 days, minus last week or 7, you can see, right? So you can see 7 days it will minus from this. So today is 17th, right? Now if you will do minus 7 days, you will give you, it will give you the that particular day. Similarly, if you want to know what is the last 31 data, what was the date of the last 31st, so if I'll execute do from the today, if I'll minus a 31 day, so I'll get this result. So if you had to do any kind of the arithmetic, means you had to add the days or you had to subtract the days or hours, you can use this time delta method. Now you can see here what I am doing from a today, right? I am actually adding a 5 more days, so it became a 22 February. Now if I subtract the 2 hours, so you can see hours equal to the 2, if you'll write, it will subtract the 2 hours from the current time. So like that you can add a days, you can add a hours with the help of the time delta. So do practice, this all are very much important and this will help you a lot. Hello everyone, so in this particular video we are going to understand about the try and except. It is a very much important topic and it will help you a lot in a error handling. In a Python code, it is a very much important to handle all the kind of the error, because if you will not handle error in a code, because of that all the system may crash, your all the application may crash. So it is very much important to handle a error and to write a proper code. So that only we are going to learn in this particular video. So let's start. Let me take one example and let me show you. Suppose I am creating one function. I am creating function divide, and what is it is doing? It is taking a two argument, and what actually it will do? It will just divide it. Result equal to the x slash y. And what I will do? I will just return a result. A result. This is the thing actually it is doing. Now this is the function I have created, and I have done the few testing. Suppose I will do 10 and the 2. This is the 2 thing I will pass. It is giving me 5, so it is working fine. Suppose I will give 18 and 2, it is 9. So it is working fine, right? So I thought like this function is working fine. Now what I will do, I will deploy this into the production because this function is working fine. Now suppose in a production you have deployed and any user came, and what they have done, they have passed this y value as a 0. Now if I will execute this, you can see I am getting the error. Because of this error, if you will not handle, your whole system may crash. So it's very much important to handle your code. So that's why we have a concept of the try and accept, so that only we are going to understand. So let's see how actually we can write a proper code. So what I will do, I will create the same kind of the code, divide, and I was passing a two value, right, x, y. Now what I will do, instead of writing directly, I will use a try and accept. So first I will write try. Under this try, you have to mention all the code which you want to do. Suppose I want to do x divided by y. This actually I want to do, and I also want to return a result, right? This I want to do. Now if any error comes, so for that what actually I will do, it should go into the accept. So what actually it will do, I want to do a logging why it is why error is coming. So suppose if I will just write accept print equal to the error occurring, error occurring, something if I'll write, and if I'll execute. Now what actually I am doing, whatever the code I have written, right, I am writing under this try. So under this try, all the code I am writing, and under this accept, right, I am just writing print error occurring something. Now in this case, if I'll write 18 and the 2, you can see it is working fine. Now if I'll do 0, if any user is passing 0, so you can see it is going into the error occurring, means my code is getting executed and it is not a breaking like this. Previously it was a breaking and we were getting an error, but in this case what actually happening, it is just a printing a error occurring if anyone is passing a 0. So that's why it's very much important to use a try and accept and to handle your error properly. So this, with the help of the try and accept, you can handle your code properly. And this actually you can use it for the logging perspective also, like where actually your code is breaking. So whatever this log, right, this actually you can print into your log. So here directly what I am doing, I am just printing error occurring, but you want to know what is the actual error. So how actually you can write that? So we will write the same code. Instead of accept, what you have to write, accept exception as e. So what I will write, I have written accept exception as e. Now I am just printing this e, whatever this e, right, this actually I am printing. And now if I'll execute, now suppose anyone is passing 0 here. Now in this case what actually happening, it is exactly telling me what is the actual error. You can see it is saying me integer division or module division by 0. Because of that this error occurs, and this kind of the error actually you can save into your log to handle it in future. In this case what actually happening, my code is executing, and if any kind of the edge case scenario because of the code is breaking, so in that case what actually happening, it is just printing, it is not breaking the whole code, it is just printing it, and this actually you can log it. So that's how it's very much important to use a try and accept to handle any kind of the error. Let me take another example. Suppose I will just tell you the use cases where all the error can come. So one use case is like, suppose what actually you are doing, you are reading a file from a location, for that you have written a code. Now on some day what actually happened, on that particular folder, that file is not available, on that particular folder that file is not available, and because of that your whole code can break, right? Because you are reading that particular file, and if that file itself is not available, in that case what will happen? Your code will break. So if you will write like try and accept, in this case what will happen? You, even though your code is failing, but it will go into the exception. It will just print the exception. It will just raise a exception. It will not break your all the codes. But if you will not handle this try and accept, in this case what will happen? Your whole code will break and your system will may crash. So that's why it's very much important to use a try and accept. There are multiple ways, like here you can see right division. So I have written like accept exception as e. Similarly, you can also write the zero division error. Zero division error. Now if I'll execute this, you can see zero division error is coming. So like that, there are multiple ways to write, but if you will write like this, that will suffice. Means this will give you exact error, what is the error is coming. If it is coming from because of the file issue, then the file issue that will be printed, and that actually you can log. So I hope you got the idea like how actually we can use a try and exit and how to handle the errors. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So we have already covered SQL related question. Now we are moving towards the Python. In a Python, what kind of the question generally asked in interview, that we are going to solve. So in this particular video, I have a couple of questions that is generally asked in interview that we are going to solve. So I have first question like write a Python program to check the given number is a prime or not. Second question is like write a Python program to find out the factorial of a given number. So let's solve one by one. First question is like write a Python program to check a prime number. So what is a prime number? A prime number is a number that can only be divided by itself and 1. So you can see we have a 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17. These are the prime number. So you can see 7. 7 can only be divided by 7 and it can only be divided by 1. So 7 is a prime number. 11. 11 is can only divided by 11 and it is only divided by 1, means it is a prime number. So for that we have to write a logic. So how actually we will write a logic? So I will define one function prime. I will pass parameter n. Now what actually I will do? I will give one condition if n is 0 or n is 1. That is my first condition. If n is 0 or n is 1, it means it is not a prime, right? So not a prime. So this is the condition first I am writing. After that I am writing another condition. Another condition is like if n is greater than 1. In this case what I will write? I will try to loop for I in range 2 to n. 2 to n, and if n percentile I equal to the 0, means flag equal to the 0, and I will break it. Let's try to understand this. So what actually I am doing, suppose anyone given you have to find out whether 11 is a prime number or not. So in this case what will happen? N is 11, right? N is greater than 1 means it will directly come into this particular condition. In this case what actually we are doing? We are doing a range from a 2 to n. 2 to n means 2 to 10. Like 2 to n means 2, we are looping it, right? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like it is starting with a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It will perform a operation. Now what actually it will do? It will try to divide n percentile I. N percentile I means first it will try to divide by 2. This given number n percentage I means 2 means first it will check whether 11 is divisible by 2 or not. If it is a divisible means remainder will be 0 and it will break it. But 11 is not divisible by 2, right? Means it will not satisfy this condition. Now it will check for the 3 whether 3 is divided by 11 or not. It is not divisible means this condition also will not true. Similarly, it will check for the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this condition means what actually we are doing we are starting with the 2 and we have to find out for the 11, right? So it is starting from 2 to 10 and it is trying to divide this number with the 2 to 10. If it is a dividable means it is not a prime number. If it is not dividable means it is a prime number. So that we are writing, and we are making flag 0 means, so let's define one variable flag equal to the 1. When I'm saying flag 1 means it is a prime number. So by default I am saying the given number is a prime number, and after that I am writing if the given number is divisible by any number from a given range, it means it is a not a prime number. If it is a not dividable, then it is a prime number. So that is the logic I have written. So what I will do, if flag equal to the 0, if flag equal to the 0, it means not prime, not prime. Else print prime, else print prime. So I hope you got the idea how to write a code for the prime number. Now let's try to check prime. Suppose I will check for the 11 whether 11 is a prime number or not. It is a prime number, so I'm getting a prime. Let's check whether 10 is a prime number or not. It is not a prime number, so 10 is not a prime number. So that's how we had to write a code for the prime number. Now let's see another question. Next question is like, write a Python program to find the factorial of a number. What is a factorial? A factorial is a function that multiplies a number by every number below it till 1. For example, suppose I have to find out a factorial for 3. Then what will be the factorial of 3? 3 into 2 into 1. This is the factorial, means 6. 3 factorial is 6. Suppose you have to find out the factorial of a 5. Then what it will happen? 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. This is the factorial of 5, means 120. Factorial of 5 is 120. So this actually we had to write a code for that to find out the factorial of a number. So what we'll do, we'll try to define a function. I'll give the function name as a fact n, and what we'll do, I'll check if n equal to 0 or n equal to 1, then return 1, else what we'll do, we'll try to else return n into fact n minus 1. So what actually I am doing, so suppose I have to find out for factorial 5. So what actually it will happen, it is not a 0 and 1, right? So 5 is greater than 1. In this case what will happen, it will come here. So what actually it will do, 5 into fact n minus 1 means it will do 4, then 3, then 2, and then 1. Once it will become 1, it means 0 and it will return 1, right? So that's how actually it is working. Now if I had to find out for the given number, suppose 5, let's see what is the output I am getting. 5 factorial is a 120. Suppose I had to find out factorial 6, what is the factorial 6? 720. So that is the output we are getting. Now if you want to debug more and if you want to see how actually it is working, so what I will do, let me try to print n and let me try to show you how actually it is working. So you can see we have to find out for the factorial 6, right? So in this case what actually happening, it is coming here, and for the 6, what will be the return I will get? 6 into fact 5. This is the output I will get here in a return. Now what is this fact 5? So if we'll try to find out fact 5, in this case what will happen, our this will be the return, right? So in this case what will be happen, fact 5 output will be the 5 into fact 4. So the fact 5 is equal to the uh, uh, 5 into fact 4. Now what is the output for this fact 4? The output of the fact 4 is 4 into fact 3. So this is the output for the fact 4. This is the output for the fact 4. Now what is the output for the fact 3? The output for the fact 3 is 3 into fact 2. 3 into fact 2. This is the output. Now what is the output for the fact 2? It is 2 into fact 1. Now what is the output for this fact 1? When it is a 1, right, then we have to return 1. So in this case, what will happen? It will become a 1 and we will get the outputs. So like that actually it is working. So I hope you got the idea. Please do practice, you'll get better idea. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation parts. So in this particular video, we have a couple of Python questions that actually we are going to solve. My first question is around the Fibonacci number, second question is around the natural number, and third question is around the Armstrong number. So let's try to understand one by one. So first question is like, write a Python program for the nth Fibonacci number. What is a Fibonacci number? The series of number where each number is the sum of the two preceding number. For example, 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. These are the example of the Fibonacci number. If I show you how actually it looks like, it is the preceding of the other two number. For taking example, it is starting with a 0. It is starting with a 0 and then 1. What is the sum of the 0 and 1? 1. What is the sum of 1 and 1? 2. What is the sum of the 1 and 2? 3. What is the sum of the 2 and 3? 5. What is the sum of the 3 and 5? 8. 5 plus 8? 13. So this is the Fibonacci series. It is the sum of the preceding of the two numbers. Like that actually it works. Now my question is like, I had to find out the what is the fifth Fibonacci number. Then in this case I should get a output 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 is the Fibonacci number, right? Fifth Fibonacci number, so I should get output as a 3. If anyone is saying what is the 7th Fibonacci number, so 7th Fibonacci number is a 8th, right? So that is the output we want. So that is a question. So let's try to solve. Let's try to write a code for that. So what I will do, I will define one function. Function name as a fib. You can give any name. I'll pass a parameter n. What I will do, I will write one condition. If n equal to the 1, then return 0. Else if n equal to 2, then return 1. Else return fib n minus 1 plus fib n minus 2 and minus 2. So this is how actually I am calculating. So what actually I am writing? I am writing if n equal to the 1, then return 0. So if you will see, what is the first Fibonacci number? First Fibonacci number is a 0, right? So what I have written, if n equal to the 1, then return 0. What is the second Fibonacci number? Second Fibonacci number is this, right? 1. Then what I am writing, if n equal to the 2, then return 1. Else fib n minus 1, fib n minus 2. What is this mean, fib n minus 1 and fib n minus 2? Let's understand. So I have written fib n minus 1 plus fib n minus 2. Now suppose anyone has given to find out the third Fibonacci number. So n equal to the third. Let's put here. So here if I will put n equal to the third, 3 minus 1, I will get fib 2 and fib 3 minus 2, 1. So this is the output I will get when n equal to the 3, right? Now what is the second Fibonacci number? So we have written if n equal to the 2, then return 1. So this will become 1. And if n equal to the 1, then return 0. Fib 1 means 0. So what is the third Fibonacci number? I will get output as a 1. So that is the code we have written. Now let's try to check this. If I write what is the fifth Fibonacci number? Fifth Fibonacci number is a 3. So if I'll show you 0, this is the first, second, third, fourth, fifth Fibonacci number is a 3. Similarly, if I'll write 6, what is the 6? 6 is the fifth, right? 6 is the fifth, so fifth I am getting output. So like that we have to write a code. I hope you got the idea. Now our next question is like, write a Python program for sum of square of the first and natural number. So what is natural number? So natural number is a positive number, we can say, right? So you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the natural number we have. Now our question is like, write a Python program for sum of square of the first and natural number. So suppose anyone is giving you n as a 4. Then what you have to write? What is the 4 natural number? 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? So we have to find out the square of this number. 1 square, 2 square, 3 square, 4 square. What will be the output? 1 plus 4 plus 9 plus 16. I'll get the output as a 30. So this is the question it is asking to solve this. So what I will write, I will create one function natural something, I will give the name, parameter I will pass n. Now what we will do, we will define as a sum as a 0, and what we will write, for I in range 1 to n plus 1, and what we will do, sum plus equal to the I into I into I, then we will return a sum. Now if I will do, if anyone is asking what is the sum of the first 4 and natural number, if I'll execute this, you can see 30. So 1 plus 4 plus 9 plus 16 is 30, right? What is the first 3 natural numbers square? 1 square plus 2 square plus 3 square. 9 plus 4 plus 1, how many? 14, right? So 14 I am getting. So like that actually we have to write. I hope you got the idea. Now the third question is like, write a Python program for the Armstrong number to check whether the given number is a Armstrong or not. What is a Armstrong number? It is a number that is equal to the sum of its digit. For taking example, suppose we will take example of the 153. 153. So suppose I had to check whether this 153 is a Armstrong number or not. So what actually first we have to check, how many digits are there? We have a 3 digit, right? So that is the first thing we have to check. Now after that what we have to do, we have to do each digit. You can see 1 because 3 digit we have, 1 cube plus 5 cube plus 3 cube. If I'll do, this should be equal to the 153. If it is equal to the 153, then it is a Armstrong number. So that is the thing we have to check. Suppose anyone, you have to find out for the 15. Now how many digits are there? 2 digits. So 1 square plus 5 square is equal to the 15. Then it is a Armstrong number. If it is not, then it is not a Armstrong number. So that is the thing we have to write a code for that. So let me define one function name as a arm. I'll give as a n, Armstrong n. Let me define few variables, some 0, and what actually I'm doing, I'm defining one variable temp, and I'm storing this natural number here. And what actually I'm doing, I'm trying to find out the length also, like how many length of the input we have. So what actually I'm doing, length str n, this we are doing. Now after that what I will do, I'll write one condition while loop, while temp is greater than 0. Now let's see what is the thing we are going to do. Suppose 153 we have. Suppose 153 we have. Now first we have to find out how many digits we have here, right? So what actually we have written, with the help of the length we will get how many digits we have. So we have a total 3 digits right here. We have a total 3 digits. Now one by one this digit we want. Like we have a 3 digits we got to know, right? Now what we have to do, because 3 digit we have, each digit we have to cube it like this, 1 cube, 5 cube, 3 cube, because 3 digits we have. So this is the thing we have to find out. So let's one by one how actually we can find out. And so for that I'll write a code, digit temp modulus 10 I will do, I'll get the last digit. After that I will try to sum this in a sum. I am doing a plus digit into length, and after that what is the next one, I will write temp equal to the, this is 1. Now if I will check, if temp is, if n equal to the sum, if it is equal, then print arm, it is Armstrong number, else print not Armstrong. So this is the code we are writing. So let me try to check 153, whether 153 is Armstrong or not. It is a Armstrong number. So let's see what is the output we are getting. It's a temp, I am spelling mistake. You can see 153 is Armstrong number. If I'll check for the 15, it is not the Armstrong number, right? So I'm getting outputs and not. So I hope you got the idea. Please do try to practice so that you'll get better idea. Hello everyone, so we'll continue our data engineer interview preparation parts. So in this particular video we have a couple of the Python related question which is generally asked in interview that actually we are going to solve. My first question is like write a Python program to find a sum of array. So here we do not have to use a inbuilt function. Without inbuilt function, how actually you can write a code to find a sum of array. Second question is like write a Python program to find largest element in an array. Third question is like write a Python program to array rotation, means we had to rotate the array. And the fourth question is like write a Python program to interchange the first and the last element in the list. You can see the first element is 1, like last element is 5, so we had to interchange that. Next question is like write a Python program to swap 2 element in a list. So these are the question we are going to solve. So let's start with the write a Python program to find a sum of array. So how actually we can write a code for that? So I'll create one function. Function name is like summation. I can write any name, and here what I will do, I'll pass the list. I'll pass the list. So I'll give the name as a L. L means list. Now after that I'll declare one variable sum equal to the 0. After that what I will do, for I in L, I'll write sum plus equal to the I, and I will return the sum. Now my code is ready. So what actually I'm doing, first I'm declaring one variable as a sum and declaring a variable as a sum as a 0. Now after that I will iterate the list. So if I see, we have a list like this. Suppose any list is given 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This list is given. I am iterating the list one by one. For I in L means first 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then 7. Like that actually I am iterating. So what I am doing, for I in L, and with sum actually I am doing the plus. Sum plus equal to the I means sum is 0, right? 0 plus 2. So whatever the value is there, I am storing into the sum. This sum plus equal to I means sum equal to the sum plus I, and after that I am returning the sum. Now let's try to check this. So I will call summation L. What will be the summation? So you can see 27 we are getting. So you can see 2 plus 3 5 plus 4 9 plus 5 14 plus 6 20 plus 7 27, means it's working fine. Let me change the list and let's see. Let me give 2, 3 and the 4. 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 9, right? So we should get output as a 9. If I'll execute, I'm getting a 9. Yeah, so the first question is all right. Now let's move to the next question. The second question is like write a Python program to find largest element in an array. So suppose I have given one array 2, 33, 4, 55, 6. This is the array is given. I had to write a Python program to find the largest element in an array. How actually I can write? So I will declare one variable. Let me declare the variable as a 0. As we can directly use the inbuilt function also, but sometimes interviewer says like don't use the inbuilt function. That's why we are writing a code. So what actually I'm doing, I'm declaring one variable maximum equal to the 0. Now what actually I will do, for I in array, and if I'll do a print I, in this case what will happen, it will try to print one by one, right? 2, 33, 4, 55 and the 6. So what is the condition I will write? If I is greater than max, if I is greater than max, then what I will do, I will make max equal to the I. So this is the condition I am writing. Suppose the first one is 2, right? So 2 is greater than max, 2 is greater than max, right? Max is 0, right? 2 is greater than max, then what will happen? Max will become a 2. Now next case, now max is 2, now case 33. So 33 is greater than 2, right? Now the max will become a 33. So like that actually it is working. Now if I'll try to print max, what is the max for this? Max is the 55. This is the output. So you can see in this array we have a maximum value, that is a 55. Now let me change it to 333. Now let me execute. Now you can see output is a 333. So like that actually we can find the maximum of array. Next question is like Write a Python program to array rotation. So suppose you have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is given and you have to rotate a array. Inbuilt function if you will use, you can directly use like this, and if I'll do, it will rotate the array. But suppose inbuilt function we do not have to use, then in this case how actually you can solve this? There are multiple way. I am showing you one way. You can also do in a different way. So how actually we are going to calculate? I'll write for I in range length of array minus 1 minus 1 minus 1. If I'll do this, and I will store into the array of I. If I'll do this, now if I'll execute this, here the closing bracket is missing. Now you can see it is working, it is rotating the array. So there are different ways to rotate the array. You can also do in a different way. So this is also a common question. Now let's move to the next question. Write a Python program to interchange the first and the last element. Suppose we have given a list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is the list is given. Now we have to interchange the first and the last element. So what we will do, how actually we can write? What is the first element? First element is A0, right? And what we have to do, we have to, what is the last element? Last element, how actually we can find out? A minus 1. Like this actually we do, right? Now what actually code we will write? A0 comma A minus 1 1 equal to the A minus 1 comma A0 A0. So this is how actually we are swapping. Now if I'll print A, now what will be the output we'll get? You can see 1 got replaced with the 6. So we are replacing the first and the last element, right? So what I have written, A0 A minus 1 A minus 1 A0. So like first element and the last element. So last element will become the last element and the first element. So like that it will work. So that's how we can swap it. I hope you got the idea. Now next question is like, write a Python program to swap two elements in a list. Suppose we have given one list 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is the list is given. Now I have to write a Python program to swap two elements in a list. Suppose 3 we have to swap with the 5. Then how actually we can do that? So in this case what I will write? Similar way we can do that. But suppose we have given an index. We have to change the 0, 1, 2 like second index. We have to change the second index with the fifth index. So this is the requirement I have. Means I have to change the second index with the fifth index. So how actually I can write a code for this? So in this case what I will do, AI comma A I1 I1 equal to the A I1 and AI. If I write this and if I'll show you the A, you can see it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? So we had to shift the second element, second index. So you can see 6 is the 6 actually it got replaced with the 3. So try to do a practice. You will learn new things and try to solve in a different way. I hope you got the idea. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So in this particular video we are going to cover few Python string related question which is generally asked in interview, that actually we are going to cover. So I have a couple of question. The first question is like, write a Python program to check if a string is palindrome or not. So that is the first question. What is a palindrome? If you will reverse this string, the output should be same as input, then only it will be a palindrome. So that is the first question. The second question is like, write a Python program to reverse word in a given string. So you can see my string is like this, gigs quiz practice code. I had to reverse this and output should be like this. That is the second question. The third question is like, write a Python program to remove a letter from a string. So this is a given string. I had to remove a letter from the given string. That is the third question. The fourth question is like, write a Python program to find out the frequency of a given string. So suppose you can see this is the string, right? Hello is the best. So you have to find out like how many time hello is there, how many time is this there, how many time best is there. So that is the thing. Now next question is like write a Python program to remove all the duplicate from a given string. So this is the fix for fix, right? So here from we have to remove all the duplicate character which is available. So these are the question which we are going to solve. So let's start with the first question. This is a palindrome. You have to check whether the given string is palindrome or not. What is a palindrome? If you will reverse any string, the output should be the same. So that is the palindrome. So let's try to do that. So what I will do, this is my input. Malayalam is my input. So this is a string which I have. What I have to do, I have to first reverse and check whether the given string is same or not. The one way you can check is like you can directly use inbuilt function like this. And if you will execute this, so what does it mean? It will reverse a string, and if it is reversing a string and it is equal to the s, means it is a true. Whenever it is a true, then it is a palindrome. This is a one way of doing, but without the inbuilt function, how actually we can solve that? Let's see. So what actually I will do, I will declare one more string a, and what I will do, I will try to iterate this for I in s, and what I will do, I will do a equal to the I plus a, and if I'll print a, it is the same. So what actually I am doing, this code, what actually it will do, it will reverse a string. So suppose I will write hello. If I'll write hello, so what actually I am getting output? All a, because with this code we are actually reversing the string. Now if I have to check if a equal to the s, if a equal to the s, then print palindrome, else print not palindrome. So if I'll execute this, it is not, but let's see whether Malayalam is a palindrome or not. Malayalam, it is not. Spelling mistake. Malayalam. You can see it is a palindrome because if you will reverse this string, you will get the same output. So this is a palindrome. So that's how actually we can write a code for the palindrome. Now my next question is like write a Python program to reverse a word in a given string. So I have a string. Suppose this is the string I have. Let me give hello is best, something like I am giving. Now what I have to do, I have to reverse this particular string. So what actually I will use, I'll use one parameter L. I'll convert s dot split. What this L dot split will do, it will convert this uh, string into a list. So whatever the word we have, right, after space, by default it is a space. So based on the space, actually it is converting into a list. Now what I will do, I will try to reverse this. How actually we can reverse this string? So if I will write -1, and if I'll execute this, you can see this is reversing this list, right? Now what I will do, I'll create one string a equal to the string dot join l -1. If I'll do this and if I'll print a, you can see it is reverse this string. So what actually we are doing with the help of this l, if you will do whatever the list we have converted this, right, this will reverse it. Now after that we are appending with the string, so we are converting into the string. So whatever the input we have reversed it and we are getting the output. So like that actually we can solve it. So do practice this. Now third question is like how to remove a letter from a string. So suppose this is a string hello, something is given. So what I will do, I will use a replace inbuilt function, and I will replace e with a space. If I'll do this, you can see e got replaced. So like that actually you can replace a word. Now fourth question, it is a important, very important question. You have to find the frequency of a given word. Suppose I have this string hello is best hello. Now I have to find the frequency of given word, like each word how many time it is repeating. So how actually we can find that? So what actually I will do, first I will convert this into a one list. So what I will do, s dot split I will do. If I will do this and if I show you l, you can see based on the space actually it converted into a list. Based on the space, it actually split and I am getting the this particular list. Now what I will do, I will try to find out the frequency. So for that, I will declare one dictionary list for I in L. I'll write condition if I in D, then if I already is available, then di plus equal to the 1, else di equal to the 1. Now if I'll show you the D, you can see I am getting the output hello is 2 time, is 1 time, best is 1 time. You can see hello is 2 time, right? So like that actually we can calculate. So what I have done, first I have converted this string into a list. Now after that I have declared one dictionary and I am checking one by one. For I in L means I am iterating the whole list. So first it is a hello, right? So first it will check whether hello is already present or not. It is not present, so hello will become 1. Now next time when hello is coming, so it is coming here, hello is present, right? Then what actually it is doing? It is incrementing by 1. Then the hello became 2. So like that actually it is working. Now my next question is like I had to remove a duplicate values. So this is the input we have and we have to remove the duplicate value. Fix for fix something, and what we have to do, we have to remove a duplicate value from given string. Now here what I will do, I will declare one string like this and I will iterate for I in S, if I in A, if I already I in A, then pass, else A plus equal to the I. Now if I'll print this A, you can see whatever the duplicate value is character is present, right, that got removed. So what actually I am doing, I declare one string as a blank screen. I am iterating this string one by one and I am checking if I is already present into the A, then we will pass, otherwise we will add this into the particular string. So like that actually we can do. So try to do practice. There are multiple way of doing the same thing. You try to do practice, you will get a better idea. Yeah, that's it in this. Thanks. Hello everyone, so we will continue our data engineer interview preparation part. So in this particular video, we are going to solve few dictionary related question which is generally asked in interview. So I have a two question which we are going to solve today. The first question is like write a Python program to find out all the sum of items in a dictionary. So you can see this is the dictionary I have. You can see I have a 100, B 200, C 300. So all the 100 plus 200 the 300, that output we want to get it. That is my first question. The second question is little bit tricky, and this was the one of the question which was asked in interview. Write a Python program dictionary to duplicate values append. For taking example here, what we have to do, whatever the duplicate values is there, that we have to append. So you can see Sunday 5, Monday 3, Tuesday 5, Wednesday 3. So you can see 5, Sunday also in 5 coming, Tuesday also 5 is coming. So what actually we have to do, we have to make 5 as a key and we have to append this Sunday and Tuesday into the value. So like that actually the output we want. So whatever the common values we have, that actually we have to make it one, and whatever the key we have, right, that actually we have to append into the list. So that is the output we want. So let's see how actually we can solve this. So we'll start with the first question. So let me create one dictionary. So this is the dictionary which is given. Now what we have to do, we have to find out the sum of this. So how actually we can do? So what I will do, first I will declare one variable sum as a 0. Now what I will do, how actually I can iterate this dictionary? So if I write for I in d dot keys, and if I'll print I. So let's see what actually we are getting. So if I'll write for I in d dot keys, so whatever the key is there, that actually I'm able to print. Now if I'll write for I in d dot values, in this case what I am able to print, this all the 100, 200, 300 I am able to print, right? Now I got this 100, 200 and the 300, this we have to sum, right? So I will write sum equal to the sum plus I, sum plus I. That's it. Now finally if we'll print a sum, we'll get a output. We'll print a sum, we'll get output. You can see 600 is the output. So what actually we have done, we have read this whatever the value which is present into the dictionary, we have declared one variable sum and we are trying to sum one by one, sum equal to the sum plus I. Then we got the output. That is the simple question. Now next question is little bit tricky. Let's try to understand. So this is the dictionary which we have. I'll show you. This is the dictionary we have. Now we have to append whatever the common values are there. So you can see 5 is a common, right? So for Sunday also 5 is coming, for Tuesday also 5 is coming. So what actually we want? We want to convert this into a one key. The 5 will be one key and whatever the key is there, right, that we have to convert into the value. Like 5 and the values are Sunday and the Tuesday. Similarly 3 and the values are Monday and the Wednesday. So whatever the common values are there, that we have to convert into a key, and whatever the keys are there, that we have to convert into the value. So let's see how actually we can solve this. So what I will write, so what actually we'll do, first I will define one dictionary. So I am defining one dictionary as a. Now what I will do, first I will try to read this dictionary. How actually I can read this dictionary? So I will write for key value in d dot items. If I write this, I will be able to read the key and the values. So if I'll do a print key and the value, I should be able to read the key and the value from the dictionary. You can see what is the key. Sunday is the key, Monday is the key, Tuesday is the key, Wednesday is the key, and these are the values we have. Now after that we'll write one condition. So what actually we'll check? We'll check whether this value is already present into this A or not. So what I will write, if value not in A, then what actually will do, A value equal to the key, else, let's try to write first and then we'll understand this. A value dot append key. If I'll write this, now let me execute this. What is the output we are getting in the A? If I'll execute this, you can see I'm getting the output. So what actually I'm doing, let me print first value. Print first value. If I show you, these are the value we have. So what is the condition I have written? If value not in A. If value not in A. So what actually I will do, first let me remove the duplicates. Now let's see how actually it is working. So what actually I am doing, print value. Now let me execute. Print value if value not in A. What is the value? 5. 5 is already present in the A or not? It is not. Then what actually happening? A value, whatever the value is there, that became a key, and whatever the key, right, in a list we are writing this Sunday. What is the key? Sunday is the key, right? So that actually we are writing into here. Similarly for the 3, whether 3 is present into A or not? No, right? So 3 became a key, and whatever the value is there, right? Whatever the key is there, that actually we are appending as a value. Now next time, suppose you have a duplicate. Now suppose we have a duplicate. Now what actually it will do? It will come into the else condition, because 5 is already present into the A, right? This next 5 is already present into the A. In this case, what actually happening? It will try to append into this list. So if I'll execute this, you can say Tuesday got appended. So like that actually it is working. Try to do practice, you will get a better idea. I hope you got the idea. That's it in this. So thanks.